What is up, everyone? How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Oh, what's everyone up to? How's it going, Honey Badger? Ghost Laughing Man, I keep forgetting what was your problem with all-in-ones. The issue with all-in-ones... I'm gonna bring my mic down. Wonder if you were hearing me. The issue that I have with all-in-one computers is more so from a repairability / upgradability issue, because you have to think about it this way. They're really designed to be more disposable. If you have any one component in there, they're not usually made with off-the-shelf components. So, like, even if you... I hate to make this comparison, because even when it comes to, like, a lot of OEM machines like Lenovo, Dell, HP, all that, they still have some proprietary connectors in themselves, especially at the power supply, I've noticed lately. But the motherboard is usually unique to that setup. The display is tied into it, so if the display goes bad, basically the whole computer goes bad. There's just a lot more disposability with the machine itself. That's my main core issue with a lot of all-in-ones, was the repairability aspects of them, and why I generally recommend people... I mean, to be fair, a lot of this is also the same complaint you can make about laptops, but laptops, they at least have a reason for that. They are more mobile, your portable device that you're going to be taking around with you. An all-in-one is more or less a stationary device doing the same thing as a tower. So, it's that aspect of things. I'm not saying, like, you shouldn't ever get one. I'm saying that I would consider alternatives before going out to get one. Turn off my teleprompter over here because I think that's giving me a little bit of a white outline in the center there because I was using that to record some videos. So I'm going to have another video coming out, by the way. I've been kind of on a roll over the weekend. I recorded 3 separate videos. The first one just went up this evening about the Signal Gate 3.0. Yes, it's 3.0. Because we've had, the 1.0 was in the Trump administration when they got sued for using Signal. 2.0 is Pete Hegseth adding a journalist. Well, not Pete Hegseth, but one of the people in that chat added a journalist, the chief editor-in-chief from The Atlantic. And 3.0 is finding out that Pete Hegseth had a Signal chat with pretty much the same content about the Yemen airstrikes and everything in... with his wife, his brother, and his personal attorney. Yeah. I did hear someone... Darko, what's up? Remember the all-in-one custom PC form factor? Yep. How you doing, Darko? I still got to, fix up the room. I'll have that done. Snowblind case that has a transparent LCD screen as an all-in-one. Is that a thing? I don't know. All-in-one, it's like, don't get me wrong. There was a really cool concept of an all-in-one I remember back in the day where it was kind of the holy grail of modded computers. Back when people making custom computers actually meant more than I'm taking parts off the stream, off the PC, off the shelf, and slapping it together and calling that a custom computer. This was back in the day when people were custom designing chassis, when liquid cooling meant going to auto parts stores to retrofit like radiators and stuff like that into cooling computers. Back in the day, I remember, let me see if I can find a picture of this. People used to take CRT monitors, gut the CRT component of it, slap an LCD in there, and make a whole computer around there. CRT all-in-one with LCD custom. These were things you used to see in CPU magazine. So let me see if I can find a couple examples of this. Okay. This one I think is probably one of the more sleek ones. You can kind of get a hint from this. I wonder if this will actually give us some inside... There we go. So, we have this right here. Looks like a CRT from the front. Nothing, really, Oh, hold on. My Computer's not showing the display. Hold on. Damn it. Hold on. I forgot I had some updates. We'll show that in a second. I need to reboot my machine anyway. And might as well do the flat packs. Update. -Y. We'll just have it do all the system updates that need to be done right now. And then grab all the flat packs that need to be updated before we game anyway. Why did anyone dox the information in the first place instead of addressing the error privately? Because the issue is, if you're talking about the signal gate issue, Jeffrey Goldstein did try to just say, hey, they added me to a chat and tried to, not show the chats and everything. But the Trump administration has a propensity to not actually own their problems, and the buck stops here with them. They said, there's no classified information. This is all just, the liberal media attacking us. Go look it up. That was basically their talking points. They literally said stuff like that. And then Jeffrey Goldstein then dropped all the chats to prove, no, this actually happened. And subtlety and quietly saying, hey, there's an issue going on, we need to fix this, doesn't work with the Trump administration. The problem is, even when there's an issue, how many issues has Donald Trump been caught in where he doesn't even admit he was wrong? We have the trade war. How many times has he backed down on that? We've had, it's kind of hard to count all the ways that, things have happened, and he hasn't taken accountability for different things happening. And that's just in this, we've only been in the administration for 3 months. How many different things have gone wrong? Oh, Elon Musk is going to do a great job cutting, the government overspending. He's going to take $2 trillion away. Oh, no, it's only going to be $1 trillion. Oh, no, it's actually only $150 billion. Now we're finding out it's not even that. And it probably actually cost us more than they're claiming that they saved. He doesn't back down. He doubles down. That's the problem. I've seen a video of a guy making an old Mac with a clear case. Old Mac actually already were all-in-ones. If we're talking about, was it the Power Mac G5s, I believe it was? Do you have Graphene OS? Yes, I do. I have Graphene OS on one of my phones. I have a Pixel 7a I've had with Graphene OS for a couple of years. Amongst my iPhone, amongst my Samsung, amongst my work phone. But yeah. Do you think I could main it? You could. It's very usable as an everyday Android device. The only limitation that I've come across, by virtue of the fact that you have to understand that Google Wallet requires a signed operating system by Google. And because Graphene OS doesn't do that, Google Wallet doesn't work with it. So if you don't use contactless payments, that's the only issue I've seen with it, then yeah, you could totally do that. But your workaround can easily be get a Google Pixel Watch, which does allow for that, specifically the one with LTE, and then use that for contactless payments, and boom, there you go. You can sync it, everything like that. That's actually my plan in the next few months, to actually main a Google Pixel. I wanted to do that with the Pixel 10, but the honest truth is, with how the tariffs are shaping up, and if it ends up costing, making that phone cost a lot more, I'm going to have to trash that idea for a few years and probably wait until it comes down, because I can't justify, because remember, the phone is mostly made in China. Now they're saying, like, they gave exemptions to smartphones and all that, but then they're also saying it's temperate. Who knows what's going to happen by the time the Google Pixel 10 drops around August? We don't know. Case it had a built-in RTC screen. You're gonna de-iPhone yourself, Chief? That's the plan. I don't think I will ever completely get away from the iOS ecosystem. There's a couple of things I still need it for. Testing, tinkering, things like that. But as far as my main device, the only things I really need, email. I do main Microsoft Outlook. I hear you, booze! I use Office 365 for a few different projects, and Outlook just works better with shared mailboxes and other things like that. I use that, Proton Mail, Proton Pass, Bitwarden, KeyPass. All these things can be done in Android. The only limitation I had was contactless payments. And that's why I was looking at the Pixel Watch. I'm actually testing I gotta set it up, but I'm testing a Pixel Watch 2. I picked up, I missed a live today with Crypto Glenn Sleeps, and Pink Lady Crypto is there too. Oh, I miss her. I should hit her up. She's a good person. But yeah, Crypto never sleeps. He and I chat, over Discord and Signal every so often. He's a good dude too. It's just, I've been busy. When I'm not making content, I'm working out, I'm tinkering, I'm working on getting my my next level in ham license. That's been a few weeks in the making of studying. I'm also working on my CCSP certification. So yeah, it's been a little bit busy. All right, so let's reboot this desktop over here. So if I don't see your chats, I apologize, but I have most of the chats over here. Let's see, I got split across 2 screens. iTunes, I don't use iTunes. I actually moved to the Tangara music player. So I actually load all of my FLAC files and everything on the Tangara, and then play my music that way. I've actually moved away from my iPod Classic over here. Actually have 2 iPod Classics over here somewhere. There's another one around here somewhere. But yeah, this is one of my iPod Classics over here. I've been moving the Tangara ever since I backed that project a little over a year ago, and I've really been enjoying it. It's a fantastic music player. I'm running into a little issue with it crashing every so often, but I have a feeling that a lot of that has to do with the fact that I'm dropping mixes that are multiple hours long in there, as well as there we go. As well as I've just got a lot of different artists in there now. I've got I think a few thousand songs. So it's at the point right now where I'm giving that hardware a good run for its money. I put a 256 gigabyte SD card in there to load quite a bit of music, and I've still only used 1/4 of it. But I wonder if the other files that came along with the FLAC files I put on, like images and all that, are causing issues. It's got to update the database every so often, so it's a little bit of a pain sometimes. In terms of, that, but it's also just, it's an open source project, but so far it's been relatively amazing. The sound quality in there is great. Hold on, I'm just bringing up the Social Stream Ninja again, so I can see all the chats. There we go. What are some beginning Raspberry Pi 2 projects? There's quite a few out there. You can look up, what was it? Raspberry Pi Magazine. There's a few other things for it. What app did you say you use in Linux friendly? What apt? Yeah. But Raspberry Pi 2 projects. Raspberry Pi 2 is a little bit old, but you can probably do like Pi-hole. You can do, there's a few different projects out there. You can probably do some retro emulators, things like that. What app did you say you use in Linux friendly? Don't know what you mean by apt, or do you mean app? I use a lot of different apps that are Linux friendly. I basically live on Linux. The only time I really use Windows is the Streambox over here, because Elgato hardware, and my work computer. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm getting deeper into the Elgato app for Tangara. Oh, the app? I'm just using it. It's just drag and drop. I just drag my files in. I craft my playlists in M3U and M3U8 the same way we used to do. I use music players like Strawberry. What's the other one I use on this desktop? Hold on. Hold on. I've used Music Brains to... I think it's on my laptop is where I have the music app. No, I had another music app on here. I'm just trying to remember which one I used on here. I just kind of play the music and it pops up. Hold on. Rhythm Box, and no, there's Rhythm Box and Elisa is what I use. Alyssa. Audacious. Yeah, there's a few out there, but it's like an old school, app player and everything. Okay, is the screen working? Cool. All right, we got that fixed. I just had to do a reboot of the machine and do some app updates and everything. Also, I hate 2D printers. I just had to get a new 2D printer because it stopped working. And then the new 2D printer had an issue with this desktop in particular, where it wasn't finding it using the Bonjour protocol. Was it MDNS? And I kept playing around with it. I had to install the printer using internet printing program or whatever, IPP, to get it working. But it's working now. But on my laptop, it works perfectly fine. Just found the printer and prints to it. Don't know. The Windows computers are working fine on it. But yeah, it was annoying. So I had to shell out $150 for a stupid printer. And now I got to work on the scanning aspect of it, but I'm probably just going to use the laptop to do scanning and then do the thing. What game today? I'm deciding between Path of Exile 2 or doing Schedule 1 again. Best tips for managing 9 to 5 heavy IT work and then your own project after, since your brain will be smashed. After work, give yourself a workout of like half hour to an hour. A legitimate workout. Go lift some weights, do something to get your mind off of it, get your body working, let your mind rest. Do something to just get your brain to just decompress. Then you can pivot back into it. That's the best advice I would give Zaharan, however you pronounce that. Don't hate me. But yeah. The one important thing I think a lot of people neglect in this field is they don't physically exercise. Even at work, I would recommend go walk for like 15 to 30 minutes out of the day. Go for a walk. Trust me, it'll be fine. Get your blood pumping. Do it. Just do it. Focus on physical health. Physical health helps your mental health. So that is a big tip that I will give y'all. And if you have to, put things off until the weekend. But yeah, make sure to give yourself some time to just shut your brain off. Our jobs are heavily dependent upon our brain being used all day long, as opposed to a lot of other jobs where you get to turn your brain off and it's physically demanding. And then you need something mentally stimulating. It's the opposite. So go work out, half hour minimum. Give yourself an hour. And when I say workout, if you have a dog, go walk them for a half hour. Go for a run on a treadmill, a stair climber, lift weights, get that blood pumping. And I mean, do something moderately strenuous. Don't just go for, a little walk. I mean, power walk it. I honestly walk fast. If you ever meet me, people at DEF CON have said I walk really fast. People at work say I walk really fast. I walk around 3.4 to 3.6 miles per hour on average on a treadmill. I can do that all day long if it's a flat surface, because I used to live in very hilly areas when I lived in Germany, when I lived in Israel, when I, once upon a time lived in Malibu, things like that. So, flat, I can do all day. Already been going to the gym, LOL. Okay. Do you like AI? Like is, Okay, let me make this very clear. When we're talking AI, we're talking large language models. Large language models are not AI. I may sometimes say AI, but they are not AI. AI, as we currently know it, is a marketing term, okay? I'm tired of the AI marketing term BS. It's the same thing as blockchain was a few years ago, where everyone was trying to throw blockchain on everything. People are trying to throw AI on everything. Israel's very hilly, especially if you're in Jerusalem. Yeah, that was very hilly when I lived out there. And when I was visiting family over in, the east side of Jerusalem, the West Bank. For those of you that don't know, I'm Moroccan. I have family on both sides of the conflict. You're not going to get, me going pro one way or the other. You're just going to see me say, I'm pro people. I hate government everywhere. I don't care if it's American. I don't care if it's Israeli. I don't care if it's Palestinian. I don't like government, period. Government's filled with people that are egotists that want to just rule over people and are power hungry and take advantage of all the people lower than them. That's just my view. I'm not saying, I don't believe in government existing. I know it has a purpose. I just don't like people in government that run things, because most people in government that I come across, at least at the, higher levels, are more on power trips than they are about wanting to help people. Now, there are those exceptions where people actually genuinely want to help people, but most of those people, unfortunately, are usually on the lower end of the totem pole and effectively don't have much power to change things for the better for the people. That's my perspective, my little political tangent, but anyway. There's a difference between government and governance, exactly. But let's just say I will always side with people. I will rarely side with government. And if I do side with government, it's because the people in the government are good people. Anyway, what's up, Just Dev? What's up, Slow Apocalypse? Okay, let's see. The AI stuff is sickening. Sickening? Yeah, I think you mean sickening. Are you an Android user? I'm an everything user. I use Mac, Windows, Linux, FreeBSD. I use Android, iOS, and Linux phones. I use whatever is the best tool for the job. That's how I am. But yeah, the AI thing is sickening. I don't like how AI is being thrown on everything. AI is a buzzword in many cases. Did Apple need to add Apple Intelligence? No. Siri is stupid as it is. Can't get things right half the time. I don't like a lot of the AI stuff. I don't like how they're basically twisting the marketing, that you're seeing applications come out with AI features just to market to the AI hype. When I was at Web Summit in Portugal, that was an extremely disappointing tech event. I will never recommend anyone go to Web Summit. I had an entire video on YouTube that I released a few months ago when I went to Portugal. That was a waste of time. And what I mean by that is they were still hyping up blockchain. They were still hyping up AI. And I remember there was a project I was there helping a friend with. And when I was helping them market it from a security and compliance perspective, do you know how many people came up to us and said, where does AI fit into this? And we said, it doesn't, because AI is maybe a tool we can build in where it has reason for it. But right now, that's not what's needed. And everyone was trying to shoehorn AI features in where it doesn't need to be. And I was cracking up when DeepSeek came out, because I was like, all those investors probably just undercut all of them. Because, now investors are realizing, oh, AI is not really that expensive. Huh? Buenos dias. AI and the blockchain. Oh, my. Oh, they tried that. There was this, what was this project Zombie was into? I forget. It was this, AI pod thing with cryptocurrency or that. It was something. AI in my butt. Oh! I did come across in my research. I obviously haven't shown it for obvious reasons, but we can show it in the Discord. Hint, hint. If you haven't joined the Discord, please join. Links in the bio. Links in everywhere. And I can probably also share it in the Matrix. We found AI, shall we say, adult entertainment. And I don't mean in terms of the, oh yeah, you can have your little girlfriend. I'm talking about physically. There's already ideas around there with the, shall we say, Barbies having AI added to them. We are living in that Futurama episode of Fry downloading Lucy Liu's personality into a robot, falling in love with her, and making Lucy Liu's robot his girlfriend in real life. Futurama is becoming a real thing. What about like off-grid AI? It's really just a large language model. In terms of like, I use large language models in terms of like LM Studio. I've shown this before. I've had videos on TikTok sharing it. I'll even show you it now. Hold on, where did I put it? I put it in my opt folder. I forgot to make a symlink for it. Check general chat. You posted a good picture. Oh, that's nice. You went out and touched grass, I see. Okay, so this is LM Studio. This is an AI that's running locally on my machine. And I've got a few, well, LLM. Yeah, I know. I gotta update it, because it's been a while since I've run an update on this. Yeah, but we're gonna be fine. Let's get DeepSeek, R1, Distill, Quen 32B. No, that's actually a little bit too heavy when I was playing with it. We'll get the DeepSeek R1 Distill Llama 8B. Now, DeepSeek, when you're actually using their application, is 670 billion parameters. This is 8 billion. So we'll make a new chat here. Tell me something I should ask it. SIM? Do you mean SIEM? System Information Event Monitoring? Is that what you mean, Prime? We believe we should be in SOC and SWIM software. SOC? Security Operations? Yeah. Why would I ever touch brass? Here's one. Make a workout schedule with exercises for a week and how often I should work out. I have 1.5 hours per day, possibly. And don't forget cooldowns. All right. So we're going to ask this locally. And you can see the thinking process over here with DeepSeek, which is one nice feature, which you saw ChatGPT came out with. Here's a 7-day workout plan designed to fit your 1.5-hour daily time frame, including cooldown days. This plan incorporates full body workouts, cardio, strength training, flexibility, and mobility to help you stay active and healthy. Weekly overview: 3 workout days focus on strength, cardio, and flexibility. 2 cooldown days like light stretching, yoga, or relaxation. 1 rest day, completely off from exercise. Full body cardio, 45 minutes of workouts, 5 minutes warm up and cool down, 50 minutes total. So brisk walking or dynamic stretching, jumping jacks, body weight squats, push-ups, plank, Superman, cool down. Okay. Now let's turn it up. But I have a Bowflex, Extreme SE2, body weight bench, weights, Indian clubs, a weighted bar, and a treadmill. Is DeepSeek Chinese spyware? No. I'm running DeepSeek locally on my machine. This is not using the internet. This is running locally on my machine. You can't hear it, but I can actually hear my NVIDIA R3070 over here ramping up as it's running it. So as we can see with your equipment set up, okay. Full body cardio, look at that. Bowflex squat to press, weighted dumbbell deadlifts, body weight bench press, dumbbell rows. You can even go back and forth with this. This is probably not the best way to like design it because it doesn't really like it's giving me wait, no. Okay, never mind. Full body strength, upper body, lower body. That's what I was thinking. I was like, where's all that? Ooh, it even has HIIT cardio in here. HIIT in here. Okay. High intensity interval training. That's good for you. So like you can use LLMs in a way to help you out. The question is, when it comes to technology, just like anything, it's computer. Garbage in, garbage out. It's all in how you use the different technology. The problem is that people are just trying to throw this in like spaghetti to a wall and see what sticks. And that's, I think, the problem. What is the greatest secret of the United States? It's all a lie. What site is this? This isn't the site. This is running locally on my machine. So you can actually get this on your own. The software is LM Studio. I love this software to run things locally. You get it at lmstudio.ai. It runs on Mac, Windows, and Linux. You don't need a GPU, but certain models will run better with a GPU. When I'm at work, I'm using the Mistral LLM. Here you go. Just download it, run it. You can run all the chats and everything, organize them however you want, and set up whatever models you want. You can even run your own little local LLM servers, things like that. You can do a lot with this. Yeah, AI is absolutely the new buzzword. But yeah, with this, you can do a lot. And if I want, as you can see, these are all the downloads that I've had before. But I can easily go in and grab another LLM out here. It's as simple as you just grab what you want. State-of-the-art image plus input models. Ooh. So yeah, I can just download that. Look at that. We're going to download another LLM. Gemma 12 billion parameters. Gemma 3. And then you can also get new, these are distilled models, I think. Google's Gemma 3 12B in new quantization format that preserves bfloat 16 quality. Yeah. Does it stay local or does it, they keep my data? No, this is all local. This is all local. This stays on your machine. It does not leave your machine. It does not talk to anything else unless you program it to do so. So, like, say you open up the developer panel over here and you download those things. Then, yeah, it'll do that. I don't know why it just hung there for a sec, but let's continue. Yeah, LM Studio is great. I'll eventually have a YouTube about it, but there is definitely a TikTok that I've made about it a while ago. But yeah, it's definitely worthwhile, I think. Oh, 1 second, just got a message here. Okay. Wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Do you like note-taking applications like Obsidian? I've not used Obsidian. Have you ever had a paranoid friend thinking they got hacked by the FBI? Friend? No. Lots of random people in chat and everything thinking that they're that important? Yes. The reality is, if you have that friend, this clip is about that I'm about to do for you is for you. Do you think that you got hacked by the FBI or the CIA? Here's the reality. You're not that special. You're not that important. No, the FBI and the CIA did not hack you. If they cared that much about you, you'd be in handcuffs. You probably just got scammed. Or you need to go seek some nice help. Straitjacket, a good friend. Talk it out. Stop it. Please get some help. No, but seriously, there's a lot of people out there that they jump to the weirdest conclusions on things. Now there are people that have legitimate issues, like overbearing exes. Um, I've seen family members and all that that actually do get access to people's devices and all that, but it's not by like any sophisticated hacking techniques. It's because you share accounts. They figured out your password. You didn't lock down your things. I've seen it all too often, especially in DV situations. It's very, very unfortunate when these kind of things happen. Those kind of things happen all the time. I actually have volunteered my services in the past to a few DV shelters where I would come in, I would educate them on social engineering, how to clean their identity, use of, private mailboxes, some extreme situations, and, protect them overall on digital hygiene and the risks of being so exposed on the internet. Because the problem is a lot of people. I was talking to a friend about this. I actually mentioned this on Mastodon a while ago. I don't understand. Let me see if I can find this post. It was only like a couple of days ago. Because I think it's kind of relevant to this discussion here. I think I had it on Blue Sky, actually. Well, I cross-post to Blue Sky and Mastodon very often. Nope, that was after my Pope Francis dissed JD Vance post. Here we are. Never understood why people post their kids online for total strangers. If I ever have a kid, there'll be one post. This is my child, name redacted. Full Ron Swanson energy. No pics until they consent. Minimum age 13. Screen time? Only if it's a real computer like I had. And a lot of people, I think, have this issue. Growing up, putting things on the internet was a conscious, cognizant thing we had to do. I want you to think about this thought process for a second when I talk about this. When we had MySpace, and I remember as a kid, like in middle school, and then transitioning into the Facebook era, putting things on MySpace, we didn't have phones that actively had, internet access. And if you did, you were paying out the butt for it. We would take pictures with our cell phones on our Motorola Razors, our Crazers, and all that. Then we would have to plug that into a computer, upload that video, and then consciously choose to upload that to YouTube at the time, before Google owned it, to Facebook, to MySpace. The same thing with even just a regular picture. This was a conscious and cognizant thing one had to do to be able to leave a digital footprint. Most of what we left was text, but now everyone is so plugged into the internet. No one thinks twice when they make a TikTok, post to Instagram, post to Facebook, and they start violating their own loved one's privacy and taking away their consent. I don't even like when parents post pictures of their own kids. I think you should be allowed maybe a post saying, my kid exists. And then once the kid comes of age, they can choose whether they want to be online. Because the problem is with that normalization, kids come to the expectation that they too shouldn't have the expectation of privacy for others. And I noticed when I lived in Europe, as well as when I was in Middle Eastern countries, not like Israel, but like when I was in Morocco. And eventually, my cousin actually, he also has a place in Dubai. They're very big on privacy. You must be conscious about the people around you, and you shouldn't just share imagery around them. Especially, in like EU, they're big on GDPR and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think it's really interesting when you get into that whole discussion about how people have lost the idea of there should be a concept of privacy, and I think a lot of people have lost the idea of what privacy actually means. Not to mention the risks of putting all of your things just out there. That's my 2 cents. But yeah, back to the LM Studio thing. Tangent, sorry. Is my chat messing up, or did you see the 2027 Doomsday thing? Oh, there's always another Doomsday. For as long as I've been around, there's a Doomsday thing. Can the Fed access Graphene OS? With enough time, money, and energy, anybody can break anything. But as it currently stands, it's one of the most secure platforms. And it looks like my chat over here kind of froze. So hold on. Yeah. You deleted your TikTok? Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to my chat over here. Was it because... Hold on. Yeah, Social Stream Ninja has been messing up lately, I've been noticing. Yep, it messed up. Okay, so we're gonna close that, reopen that, relaunch Social Stream Ninja. It used to be really great, and then all of a sudden it's just not been bringing my chats and all that like it used to. Or at least hangs once in a while. Who knows? TikTok was becoming unhealthy. Oh, I know TikTok is becoming unhealthy. If you have noticed, I'm barely on TikTok. As a consumer of the application, I'm using TikTok as a content creator because I'm doing what I've done already, but the problem is the algorithm is steering me to content that makes you anxious and all of that. It used to be happy-go-lucky in a sense where you used to be able to go to TikTok and find some really great things. Hey, King, what's up? You can ask your question. I'm just, for some reason, my chat was messing up over here and I couldn't see everything. I have a unified chat system over here, and for some reason, it wasn't bringing in everything. But one second. Is the Twitch TikTok side of it? Let me see if I can... Yeah, I had to blow that up. Okay, so that's what's happening. I need to have it active on one monitor over here. I have a small problem with Apple. You have a small problem? I have a big problem. People definitely don't understand. Do you feel like families should blur out their kids' face if they're young? I believe that it shouldn't just be blurred out. I think, because a blur with a Gaussian blur, there is ways to actually remove that because it's algorithmic. But I would probably just take a big old red or black marker digitally and just scrub that out with no opacity. Just completely black it out. Yeah. You allow me to ask you a question? I think that was a question. Did you ask me a question about if you can have a question? Dude, you can just go ahead. Best Linux OS to use full-time and experimental tools instead of VMs, etc. I use Pop! OS. Pop! OS works really great. I've been using it for years for myself. But really, it comes down to whatever, suits your workflow. What I really think people need to stop doing is stop going on hypey trends about like, oh, well, this distro is better than that distro. There's no one distro that's better than any. They're all using the same tools and, applications and everything underneath. The main difference between them is the graphical user interface and how they're configured. Find what, works for your workflow, and that is the best for you. Everyone keeps coming to me with like, oh, what do you think of Garuda? What do you think of Fedora? And like, I like this. This is what I use. Just enjoy what works for you. I'm a little bit shy for the reason also my English is not great. Look, my family doesn't speak English that well. You're not going to get embarrassed here. I may ask you a question about if you mean something right, because I deal with a lot of people who have broken English. Look, my grandparents still have broken English, and I still have to correct them on different things. It's not a problem. But English is like their third or fourth language. I have an iPhone. I changed it to a different model, but I have the same ID my old account is. banned in one program. I tried to log in with new cell phone, still the same ban. I want to be invisible like the website. Don't you know I am? There is anyway. It's because it's using your Apple ID, probably. Your Apple ID is carrying your information. You'd have to have an entirely new Apple ID, Apple account, set up the phone, everything like that. So it's probably carrying in from your iPhone. So many distros. I have vendor lock. Look, I mean, like, everyone is like, so I understand the need to distro hop when you're first trying out Linux to be like, oh, this distro, that distro, that distro, that distro. I encourage you to go explore and see what works for you. But don't think that you need to run Arch. Don't think that you need to run Gentoo or any of that. You may find out, hey, Fedora's more my bag. Hey, straight Debian is. Hey, Pop! OS is great. Yeah. For example, I switched to Android. There's any way without him changing the cell phone if they're... I'll wait for you to... Any band, no need to change the cell phone, just program theirs anyway. Ubuntu and Kali, good for me. Well, Kali is better to be run as a VM. If you're looking for that is straight up because Kali was never really designed to be a daily driver operating system. If you're looking for a daily driver operating system that has penetration tools in there, Parrot OS is your operating system. There are some nuances to what I said before, because, like, you know, like, that's in the niche side of Linuxes. End up configuring Arch and Command Shell, then going back to Windows and enjoying ads. But yeah, I like Parrot OS. Oh, Black Arch is also an option too, but you can also run into issues with Black Arch. I ran into mine trying to play it. Sure, Kali is for my home labs, but I haven't used Parrot, though. What's your fave differences? Well, Parrot is literally, you can install that bare metal, have all your pen testing tools, and then still be able to use it like an everyday operating system. And it's a really nice, pretty operating system. It looks really nice. I have it. I actually need to reinstall it, but this System 76 Pangolin laptop over here is what I use when I'm doing pen testing and all this. Right now it has Parrot Pop! OS on it, but I'm going to reinstall Parrot on it eventually, because next year I'm looking at starting my OSCP, once I get my CCSP, once I get my ham license, my general ham license, and hopefully my amateur extra ham license. I'm into ham, for those of you that don't know, amateur radio, and if you're interested in that, by the way, once again, I'm going to plug the Discord. The Discord does have a Radioheads channel. We also have a Matrix server. There aren't as many people in there, but the Discord server, we've just crossed 1,000 people are in there. And anyone of any skill level is welcome to join there. A lot of people using Linux, a lot of people professionally, hobbyists, or just starting out their career. We have students, we have professionals, we have hobbyists, enthusiasts of all kinds. So if you like gaming on Linux, if you like amateur radio, if you like tinkering, if you like sharing their projects that you're on and getting feedback and all that, then yeah, that's the place for you. And I will always do my best to not paywall anything. The most I may do is, just so you're aware, I did add super chats and memberships to my YouTube. So the most I might do is I may do like members get first glance at new videos, because I like to schedule them later in the afternoons and all that. And of course, you know, but that's only if you want to. I'm not telling any of you if you want to do that. Look, I enjoy my job, but any money goes towards tinkering, which helps me improve the home lab, which then I like to share all that information with all of you. So, yeah. Are you a big fan of our Hack RF Portapack type devices? Yeah, I'm trying to get some. That is in my to-do list after I build the Radio Shack. So for those of you not aware, behind here is a recording booth that I built back in the days we were all in lockdown. And it's kind of been idle for a while. So I'm repurposing that to be a Radio Shack, a ham shack, where I'm going to be doing HF, VHF, and UHF content. Once I get that all built out, I got to get some antennas, I got to get some LM400 cable, I got to get some surge suppressors, I got to, you know, no, surge arresters. I gotta, get the actual units I want to get. There's some money that's gonna probably go into there, and I will eventually do some content sharing that with all of you. Are you a security engineer or manager of some sorts? I'm a cybersecurity engineer. That's my professional title. I have a CISSP. I just got that in October. That's my only cert I have. I didn't do the wall of certs or anything. I've talked about this in my YouTube content. That I have 10 years of IT and cybersecurity experience. I haven't talked too much about my home lab in my YouTube content. It's in some of my videos, but I need to get deeper into that. I've only recently started increasing the quality of my YouTube content. Before, I was literally recording on my phone. Now I got a nicer, DJI camera, all that. And I'm not planning to ever be a full-time content creator. That sounds like a headache. But what I do want to do is make content for the next generation of people following in behind me, because I find that there's a lot of BS people that are selling you a whole bag of nothing, and bad advice. And I'm telling you this as someone that doesn't have a 4-year college degree. My main background originally was being an electrician. I did grow up with tech and everything in the house. And I didn't get the wall of certs. I got a lot of nose to the grindstone, teaching myself technology, and I didn't really have much in the way of a community and circle of people that were into tech. I only started building that years into it later. And around the time that I was starting to actually get into cybersecurity was around when lockdown happened, so I wasn't given the opportunity to go to a lot of the cybersecurity events and stuff. So I'm trying to at least build that community up that I hope other people can take advantage of in the ways that I myself hoped, I wish I had back in the day. What's the story on Sonic Wall devices? Throw away that. They used to be great, and then Dell bought them, and then they went. I'm more of a fan of PF Sense. I've been rocking a PF Sense for close to a decade now. It's great for home labbing. They have great devices to deploy. Of course, there's a lot of nuance and bells and tinkering and all that. But for a lot of small to medium businesses, I want you to hear me out before I get your booze. Unify is a great plug-and-play system, but it does leave a lot to be desired. They are working on improving that. WatchGuard really surprised the hell out of me with how great they are for a lot of small to medium businesses and enterprises, for a lot of their firewalls and everything like that. The reason why I say that is with WatchGuard, they have a nice, easy-to-use system, but also the ability that as long as your subscription is active, that acts as the warranty for your device. So if your device ever goes bad, I've literally seen it where I've had to call into WatchGuard, get an RMA at 5 o'clock in the evening, new WatchGuard shows up at 8 or 9 in the morning, and then I'm deploying it to a client when I worked at an MSP. But Unify is really easy to configure. I use Unify switches, I use Unify access points, and I combine them with my pfSense firewall for all the VLANs and edge networking. But the actual Unify firewall is where I start not being a fan of it. My allergies are going crazy. There's just no method for mobile phones that if the application blocked me from the site, I can change it and does not know that it is me without changing the mobile phone every time. It depends. If they're going by phone number, you're kind of boned there, because it would not be really the phone itself. It would be the phone number. If it's the application just using an account for you to log in, it depends on how you're logging in. If you're logging in through your Apple ID or Google ID that's tied to your device, you're kind of boned there, because you would have to set up the whole device under a new account. Using password managers to manage different accounts and having different aliases helps, but yeah. Ever work with CAN bus? Yes, I have. A little bit. Not too much. But yeah, I've done a little bit of tinkering, especially when it came to my auto repair and everything. LM Studios capped at Meta 2023 and DeepSeek 2024. Not really. It's whatever you can fit in there in the compatible, like, format and everything. Like, I just got Gemma 3. on here. We'll load this model up. How old is your data? Okay, so this is April 2023. So it really depends on like where you're getting your models from. So this one, if I remember, recently updated. This one 93 days ago. Oh, these are staff pics. Yeah, but there's a few other ones out there you can use. But there also hasn't been that much development in open source LLMs from what I've seen. They did just add a new configuration module for firewall. Oh, interesting. Having issues on configuring micromod analog 1. CAN bus works, but when I do CAN bus FD, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with CAN bus in that way. I've only really used it just to be able to diag cars and things like that and add a few features. Wait, is this bottle? What are these guys? Have I really drank that much? All right. God damn it. Sorry, the fridge is kind of packed. I just went grocery shopping. Use any AI automation for personal tasks? The most I really use in terms of LLMs and stuff like that is when writing a few of my scripts for YouTube videos. I don't have it write the scripts for me per se. I write down what I'm wanting to say and all of that, and then I use ChatGPT to clean up or expand upon the tasks. Well, not necessarily ChatGPT, but whatever LLM I'm feeling about. Because, like, sometimes I need to, like, clean it up or use better articulation and words to put out what I'm saying there. Because, especially now that, before I used to wing it, you can tell in a few of my videos, in the past, I would, did I really drink that much? I'm quoting that. That's me. But if you look at some of my older YouTube videos, you can see I'm literally speaking off the cuff. And now I got a teleprompter here since I upgraded the camera, got the Elgato teleprompter. I want to actually put together a script. So it's actually improved my ability to record videos, because before it would take me 3, 4, 5 hours sometimes to make a 15-20 minute video. Now I'm spending 2 to 3 hours on a script. Not even that sometimes. And then I'm taking about 30 to 60 to an hour and a half, 30 minutes to an hour and a half recording. And then I actually now, because the teleprompter makes it easier to record the video, it's just a matter of cutting the little bits out, adding the screenshots and all of that in, and then I usually can edit a video. Like, I just did an 8-minute video this afternoon in about 30 minutes of editing. Got the music in, got it EQ'd, dropped the screens, dropped the 2 video clips, edited it out for the space, everything. How's that wine? Oh, it's Vinho Verde. You know I like my Portuguese wine. Ever since I went to Portugal, I got a taste for Portuguese wine. It's cheap, it's great, and it makes me feel classy. I think he's out, yo. If you're wondering what the brand is, Casal Garcia. It's the same brand that I actually drank in Portugal. There's a few other brands that I liked in Portugal, but Casal Garcia is probably one of the better ones I can find here. You pick it up at Whole Foods for like $13 a bottle, but you can also find it at Kroger's. You can find it very often in many different grocery stores. It's anywhere from like $9 to $13 a bottle. It's not that expensive. And it makes you seem like so fancy when you go tell people I drink Portuguese wine. You have one of those teleprompters that sit right in front of the lens? Yeah. I can use my other camera to show you what it looks like. So this is my OBS Tiny 2 that I was using for a while. It's on a gimbal, so I can move it around. So you can see, this is my teleprompter right here. So it's the Elgato teleprompter, got a Sony ZV-E10 camera behind it, and I can actually show this to you. So I'm going to turn it on for a sec so you can see. Get a sneak peek at the script that I have going. And the cool thing with this, it uses the NVIDIA the NVIDIA RTX to process my speech. So let me see. Cybersecurity isn't just about firewalls, phishing, emails, or 0 days. It's also about physical security. You see how it moves with it? I like this teleprompter so much. So yeah, I've really been liking this. Yeah, it's a really great camera and a really great teleprompter. I like it. The OBS Bot Tiny 2 is a great camera too, but like look at the difference in color from the Sony camera, because I'm using the Elgato 4K external capture card. So like you can see, am I rocking a 50mm? I'm rocking a stock lens to it. I'm not using anything fancy. So like, this is the OBS Bot Tiny 2, so you can get a color comparison here. Now, of course, this is a little bit closer, so we're not going to get an exact one-to-one. But you can see OBS Bot, Sony. Like, that's Sony. The color comes out a lot better, I think. And because it's also a little further back, and the way the lens works, I get a wider picture. And then I got 3 studio lights here, 3 key lights. So there's a key light mini and 2 key light airs. And it works out really well. How expensive was that, though? The teleprompter was a little expensive. That was probably... Okay, it was cheaper than the camera, but it wasn't cheap. I think the teleprompter was about, like, $250. Talking Head is great for the Tiny 2. Yeah, the Tiny 2 is great because you can also, do this. You can have it track you. And then it can also do hand gestures. Come on, stop. Stop! I said stop. Ow. Come on. See, that's the problem, though. Sometimes it doesn't want to listen. Okay, why are you not listening to me? Oh, I turned off hand gestures. That's why, because it kept going off. Here, 1 second. I used the remote. I was like, why is it not working? I'm like, I turned off hand gestures because the issue was, like, I'm pretty animated if you can't tell. So I'd accidentally turn it on. So let me see. Hold on. Or where was the option? There we go. Turn that on. Okay. Wait, are you really not? There we go. So, like, it's not always accurate, and I've tried updating the firmware, but as you can see, it will respond. You can even do, like, so you can control it, like, that way. It is kind of nice for that. Now it does have this, like, dynamic zoom thing. Hold on. It's kind of a neat little thing, don't get me wrong. But after a while, I kind of just said, you know what, I'm going to stick with the remote. Because I had a little bit more control with it. Thank you for the follow, by the way, KG pal. Jessica, how you doing, girl? How you doing? Can I join the broadcast with you? Can you open the guest options? Unfortunately, I'm using an RTMP stream key, so that doesn't work, because I'm using OBS right now and simulcasting to YouTube and Twitch. So, I can't really do guests. Not that I don't want to, but I can't with the setup that I have. Yeah. Yeah. And if you're wondering how you get an RTMP stream key, then you get with a live agency, and then they let me switch this back to the regular camera. I'm off camera right now. You get a live agency. It doesn't cost you anything, and they request the RTMP stream key from TikTok on your behalf. But I will be honest, TikTok is kind of a prick when it comes to their community guidelines on things. I've gotten banned for so many stupid things that made no sense. I got banned for playing Wolfenstein and having hateful behavior and hateful imagery. You were playing Wolfenstein. I want the camera and prompter next. Got the mic and lights, man. It's expensive. Yeah, this is not a cheap endeavor, but it's a fun hobby, and I feel like I need to put more value in to have people take my content a little bit more seriously, especially with what I'm trying to do and put education out there that isn't BS for people. It's a catch-22. Well, not really catch-22, but it is, you know, it's definitely not cheap. You can do, like, you know, the cheap end of things, get a decent camera. The OBS Bot Tiny 2 was great for a lot of the content I did, don't get me wrong. But eventually I realized I need a teleprompter to make the content that I want to make and script it to be better so that I can present my ideas much better. Because I can ramble on for a while. I can schmooze for a while. And that's great for a stream. But when you're talking about YouTube content and even TikTok often, you need to do a lot less. You need to be a little bit more concise. You need to script it. And like, you know, so ChatGPT helps me clean up the overall scripts and ideas that I'm planning. And scrap ChatGPT, LM Studio, whatever the hell I'm planning. Converted another team from LDAP to SAML. Woo! Get it, girl. Jessica, talk dirty to me. I mean that in an HR appropriate way. SAML is just... Girl. I imagine YouTube videos need to be punchy, otherwise less people will tune in. Yes, you need to get a little bit more to the point and do a decent job of editing. Now, I will say this, on the editing front, you don't need to go all out and buy Adobe. I use KDE Live for all of my editing so far. It's been great. And then I use my NVIDIA GPU on Linux to do H.265 encoding, and it renders videos very fast. Now, on the laptop I mostly am using the AMD CPU GPU combo, and I'm doing H.264 with the VAPI, and that's pretty nice, but the compression's a little bit lower. So, it is an issue. And didn't allow them to use the same OU group and force the new AD creation. Jessica, you know how to say all the right things to this man. You know how to make my fire wall. I know that sounds stupid. Ah. You know how to make my fire wall. You know how to make my ether net. I got a desk for $10. Solid wood. Nice! $10. Hey, I once got, when I was, in college and I needed, oh, I'm pinged with humor. um, you know how to make my packet capture. We can do this all day, girl. Ah. Okay, so but yeah, as I was saying, like when it came to desks, you know how to make cyber security. No, that doesn't sound as great. Let me help you there, canned Fruit Loops. You make my info sec. Okay, so back to the desk thing. So off tangent. When I was in college, I actually found a student desk, really solid wood, for free on the side of the road. I brought that to my house. Well, first I cleaned it off and sterilized it and everything, you know, make sure there's no termites, no bugs, anything like that. It had not rained. It was literally put out there apparently a couple hours before. Brought that home, and that was my desk for like several years. The only reason I got rid of it was, how do I put this in an adult appropriate, you know, well, not adult appropriate, but like a stream appropriate way? Let's just say one of my ex-girlfriends and I were sitting on top of it. Where's the right one for this? Hold on. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Make your info sweet. I mean, it was a pun for another thing, but we'll just keep going on with that, okay? Information security. So before it was called cybersecurity, it was called information security for a lot of people that don't understand that. So InfoSec is a big thing. Sure, sitting. Well, there wasn't a lot. Well, she was sitting, but I wasn't. Honey Badger redeemed Hydrate for 500 channel points. 91% water. It's fun when you have to explain info versus cyber. Personally, I prefer InfoSec. But the problem is, most people associate it with cybersecurity. The reason why I don't like the term cybersecurity is cybersecurity gives the implication that the security only applies to cyberspace. Information security gives the understanding of information, and information isn't always in cyberspace. Because a lot of people have the misconception when I talk to them about cybersecurity, and I get into the concept of physical security. Like, locks. Like, okay, Jessica, you might like this. My next video that will be up either tomorrow or the day after is about physical OPSEC in the context of Kristi Noem, the head of DHS, getting her purse stolen. And I get on my soapbox, girl, and I call out the women's fashion industry for the lack of pockets, okay? So, yeah. So, I thought that was a great way to put in context that physical security is as much cybersecurity as configuring a firewall, as is running CrowdStrike on your devices, as is making sure that you are zero trusted, as is making sure that, you know, you have centralized control over all of your things. Son of man, why do you keep talking about Trump? Why does he keep giving me things to talk about in the context of cybersecurity and technology? Look, I talked about Biden just as much in the context of cybersecurity. The problem was that Biden didn't give me a lot of ammunition to talk about him on cybersecurity. My teacher once said, if you're doing cybersecurity, you're going to be paranoid. No, it's not paranoia. It's operational security. It's not paranoia if it's true. The Biden laptop. Yeah? We talked about the laptop, but overall, in the context of the laptop thing, it was still a rather big nothing burger compared to the first administration in Mar-a-Lago and the documents that he had afterwards. Or or how about the fact that I had the entire video where I was talking about Signalgate for about an hour and I talked about Barack Obama's BlackBerry, which the NSA had to create for him because he was the first president with a smartphone. Or that I talked about Hillary Clinton's email server. The fact is that Trump is the current sitting president, and we're only 3 months in, and we've had 2 major breaches via Signal. We've had a tariff war that's, gone on and basically made a lot of the tech markets crazy. The reality is, why do I keep talking about Trump? Because he's the sitting president, and he keeps giving us things to talk about in the context of technology and in the context of information security. If the best you have with Biden is his son had a laptop, can you find something else on Biden, information security and tech-wise, to really talk about? I talked about how Biden created the Cybersafety Review Board, which Trump disbanded. How do you handle explaining that security is inherently inconvenient to end users? Security is always going to be a fine line discussion. There's never really, well, there's not never, but there is very rarely a situation where you can have your cake and eat it too. Security is very rarely convenient. That's the honest truth. If you have a lock, I can pick it. If there is one way to have access, I can find it. And at the end of the day, this is what you also have to understand. The biggest vulnerability to any network, no matter how much security you put down, is always going to be the human. The human is always going to be the biggest attack vector. Social engineering is still going to be the number one way your systems are going to get breached, whether that be through phishing, whether that be through, just gathering people's information from their social media that they openly put out there, like has happened with the MGM Grand attack, where they had enough information to impersonate the guy, call into the service desk, get credentials added, and boom. Or the many people that get phished because they put their job out there and then they suddenly get Okta prompts and then they're told to add their device to Okta because the company decides to have BYOD policies. There's a lot of different reasons. What's up, Seeknay? You came in the perfect time. I am not American, but from what I see, the best person who serves America's interests is Trump's. No, Trump serves his own interests. He's backed down on so many of his own policies. He's scared the markets shitless that they've actually lost a lot of money. Yeah. Hey, Jacob Ross. Shalom, me homie. Do you think the NSA has been able to break prime number factorization? Who knows at this point? I think what's going to be more of an issue is in the few years, if and when quantum computing actually breaks the information that the NSA has actually stored in their massive amount of servers. They've captured a lot of data with the assumption that one day they will be able to crack that. Assumption? Presumption? Which one's better for that? Anyway. Of him almost $200,000, but I still see him better from Biden. Look, let me put it this way. If your comparison is Biden, who was at least milquetoast lukewarm, that's not a great comparison. At least compare it to somebody like Obama, which I also didn't care for on several different fronts as well, but he was by far better. Trump's had multiple national security issues. The Doge departments has caused havoc. In fact, it's now being estimated that they haven't saved the government any money. They've actually cost the government money. I mean, the guy literally fired nuclear security people. The people in charge of the nuclear stockpile. I forget what exactly they're called. How the hell do you do something like that? You're getting married this Sunday? Mazel tov! I'm glad to hear that. Good for you, buddy. CISA folks too. Yeah, you've had CISA folks resigning. Or how about that under Trump's administration, we almost lost the CVE database maintained by MITRE. Because a lot of that funding was coming from the federal government, and then they came in about an hour late when MITRE was saying that it was going to shut down. And that is a database that is used not only by companies, but by governments around the world. Percentage that Next Computers could have been the next Apple? Well, they kind of were, because Next Computers actually were... it was run by Steve Jobs when he got fired by Apple, and they rehired Apple, basically acquiring Next Computing, and then Mac OS X basically came from Next Computing. Oh, someone asked, hold on, or a little earlier. What's with the tech job layoffs? Well, a lot of it has to do with the tariff scares that companies are facing, and unfortunately, a lot of companies see IT and cybersecurity as an expense rather than an asset, and they don't really see the value in IT and cybersecurity until an incident happens. That's what it comes down to. Think the cyber job market will get better sooner or later? The honest truth is, going back to the point I just said that somebody else had asked and I forgot to answer their question, the issue really comes down to companies don't see cybersecurity and information technology services as an asset or an investment until they have a major incident. And then once they have a major incident, if they happen to survive it and the reputation hit, only then start investing in it. But the problem is that often happens too little, too late when the damage is done. That is the reality of it. It's the sad truth about the industry that we work in. We're out there trying to protect your business from having issues happen. It's like not having a lock on your door until you're robbed. Exactly. Like, think about it this way. Most people don't consider getting an alarm system until after they've had an incident. Most people don't consider physical operational security until an incident happens, or digital security. I have a plethora of people in my audience that only took cybersecurity seriously as a person, not a cybersecurity professional, but as a regular everyday individual, when they had an incident, when they were the victim of identity theft, when they were the victim of having their accounts compromised. And oftentimes, it's easier to be preventative than reactive. By the time you react, it's often too late. Like I was talking about for years to people. They thought I was crazy. Another shameless plug here. Not really, but it's relevant. I was talking about password managers for years. Which, by the way, I like Proton Pass. I'm affiliated with them. You can check that out in the link in the bio. But I will also say just as much Bitwarden is a great one. KeyPass XC is a great one. I'm not affiliated with those. I will tell you to use whatever's the best product out there. They thought I was crazy for using YubiKeys. Now we're starting to use those. Now, they also thought I was crazy because I was very proactive in getting my data deleted from a lot of those information brokers. Then we had the National Public Data Breach. We had the MC2 data breach, which you probably didn't hear as much about. And I've had YouTube videos talking about this. And I've had people talk about, like, Delete Me and stuff like that, and is it worth it? I've used Delete Me for years. I've used Delete Me far longer than I've been a creator. Back when they were called Abine. And that's the only reason I'm still not in those leaks. Because I am proactive about that. And a lot of people don't consider getting those until it's too late and your data's already out there. And then I hate the freaking response a lot of people have all the time. Which, by the way, if you want it, you have a link in the bio for that kind of stuff. But I hate when people are like, well, my information's already out there. You know, what are we going to do about it? Just because it's out there doesn't mean that you're not going to create new information. Freeze your credit as well. If you're in the United States, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, freeze that. Thaw your credit only when you are applying for it. I literally have thawed my credit when I open up a credit card, or I'm going to apply for financing on different things. King, as I've explained before, I can't really do broadcasts with other people with the way that I do the stream on OBS. I'm not doing it through a phone or TikTok Live Studio. I'm doing it through OBS, so I can't have people in the stream with me. It's the average breach is so costly now. Now, you generate so much data on a daily basis. No two packets of data are the exact same. Exactly. Is it okay to install Linux if you're 13? Buddy, I was using Linux when I was 9. And that was in the hard days of Linux, when we had to worry about the Wi-Fi drivers we were using. Most printers didn't work with it. Getting an NVIDIA or ATI GPU was a pain. 13? Yeah, there you go, Jessica. 13 is the time. Do it. Just do it.
Move, bitch. Get out the way.
Yeah, it's totally fine to do it at 13. You're young right now. And the great thing about being young is you have a mind that is a sponge right now. Absorb and soak up all these life experiences you have now. Tinker with everything out there. At this point, the only thing I would say is back up the data that is important to you, like if you have family photos, things like that. That's the only thing I would say beforehand before you wipe your computer out. But otherwise, do it. Tinker. Break things. Don't be afraid to, run into mistakes with things. You'll learn more from failure than you will from success. Let me make that very honest observation I've had in my life. When people ask me, how do I know so much about how these things work and everything? Because I've broken far more than I've fixed. I've electrocuted myself more times than I would like to admit. I also used to be an electrician, so that has to play into it. Although I still haven't gotten to the levels of Uncle Fester where I can power a light bulb. But one day! When I was your age, we had to go through fire and brimstone to go to school. When I was your age, we had to go uphill both ways in the snow! You see it in the messages after the broadcast. I'll try to remember, but I don't really check a lot of my messages on TikTok because I get flooded with different things. Unless, you're one of my friends that, most of the time I'm on TikTok, I'm sending funny memes and talking to a lot of other people with different things. Yeah. You have neuroplasticity. Use it. Yes. We're old. We don't have a lot of time. You've never taken down a whole network by accidentally putting the wrong VLAN.
Emotional, damn it!
Yes, I have. Here's the reality. It is a rite of passage in cybersecurity and IT to have broken things. I'm in my job, I'm 10 years in this field, and I have still broken things. You learn, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. That kind of thing. Learn another language while you're at it. Trust me. Yee. Install Arch Linux. It's the only valid distro. No! Some of us have parents that love us. And the 3 credit agencies by default freeze them, yes. Yes, I actually tell people when parents have a kid, the first thing you should do is freeze your child's credit if you can. I didn't, but witnessed an engineer take down the main moneymaker. Ooh, it's only a matter of time when I fluff up Major. Yeah, we've all been there. And that, my friends, is why friends don't let friends drink in root. If you're in Linux, you'll get that joke.
See tomorrow, little boy, you gon' learn.
Yeah. You can also do a virtual machine. Virtual machine so you don't have to wipe out the whole computer. Man, y'all are lucky because when I was a kid and I was learning Linux and all that stuff, I didn't have the ability to have a virtual machine. Virtual machines were something that only came about to the average consumer about like 15 or so years ago. Around 15 to 20 years ago. Don't drink, root, and derive. Funny. Wi-Fi pineapple. I haven't really done too much with the Wi-Fi pineapple stuff, but eventually I'll get into it. But I will be getting some ham radio content up in the near future. So far, I've only just dabbled with my HTs and my car radio that I've put together. But yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. Oh, and the other thing is, if you're into networking, especially if you want to understand wireless networking, I highly recommend getting into amateur radio. Get a ham license. You will learn so much about signal propagation and how radio as a whole works in ways I never imagined. And I wish that amateur radio was part of a curriculum when I was learning networking, or at least it's something that was recommended to me. I didn't really go to a 4-year college or anything like that for this. Hell, I barely had a 2-year degree. Because that really has opened my eyes into how networking works. Ooh, 10K like in here. Nice. Should you buy a Flipper Zero? So the honest truth is, I know a lot of people talk about Flipper Zeros, but the honest truth is, the Flipper Zero, while it's fun and interesting... Where is my Flipper Zero? Oh, it's right here. While it's fun and interesting, the one thing you have to understand is there's nothing too novel about this device. Oh, Oblivion Remastered was made available yesterday. Might have to play that sometime. Hold on. Oh, there we are. Oblivion Remastered. How much is it? God damn! Y'all want $60? Shut up and take my money. What's the deluxe edition give you? You know, I miss when video games used to give you physical boxes with actual physical goods, because now we all get digital games and just things. Digital stuff. Okay, what's the deluxe upgrade give you? Digital art book, new quest for unique digital Akatosh and Mehrunes Dagon armors, weapons, and horse armor set. They're charging us for horse armor! What game was that I was looking at? Okay. I do gotta buy the new Doom coming out. Doom Dark Ages. Wait, what day is May 14th? Hold on. May 14th is a Wednesday. Yeah, see, if I get May 12th... So, they want to charge you $30 extra for Doom the Dark Ages. Yeah, I'll just get the regular version. I need to get both of these games. What are signs of a dying GPU? Dude, I've said the same thing. We need better artwork and game cases. Game cases, like, when I bought Skyrim, I bought the special edition of Skyrim because it came with the what do you call it? The blah 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 words the dragon. The dragon on the little thing. I still have that. Oh, should I buy a Raspberry or Flipper Zero? Raspberry Pi, you're going to be able to do a little bit more with it. A Flipper Zero is a fun toy, but nothing about this is unique or novel. You can do everything on a Flipper Zero independently with a few different add-ons. The novelty in this is that it's a small, compact form factor. But the reality is, once you play with it for like a few weeks, you get bored with it and you're just like, mine sat for most of the time I've had it. I'm being honest. It's fun. You can do a few things. Some people mod them. Yeah. But NFC, RFID, Bluetooth, IR blaster, you can do all that stuff independently with a Raspberry Pi and a few modules and a little bit of know-how and tinkering. You don't have Wi-Fi in here. You got to get an ESP32 to give it Wi-Fi or an NRF or whatever. So it's fun to play with, but is it worth actually going out and buying? Most people, I'd say no. It's not this super mega hack toy like everybody makes it out to be. But yeah. What's my keyboard? I have a System 76 Launch Heavy over here and a System 76 Launch over here. I like the System 76 keyboards. They're nice. I like the format and everything they have. I like how the delete key is right above the backspace key. I like how it's fully open source. It works great. What are signs of a dying GPU? So, there's a few signs you can have. Usually, it's visual artifacting from what I've seen. It's super useful if you work in access control. It is! But you can also make more powerful devices in terms of access control with, words. You know, just, tinkering with it. Different devices and everything. Okay, so I, totally did not just, buy, Elder Scrolls Oblivion and, Doom. Yeah, totally didn't just do that. I'm totally not reinstalling it right now. Not all heroes wear capes. I'm totally not downloading it to install on my SSD. But my God, video games are so expensive. Okay. But yeah, I was like planning on replaying Oblivion, but you know what game I really want to see them remake? I want a modern remake of Morrowind. Morrowind is my favorite Elder Scrolls game, period. Period. No reply email from Google got hijacked. Yeah, that's not surprising. I heard there was a few different types of attacks they were going after Google with. They did, I see, add a way that, I was reading something about when I had my Crown reinstalled. Yeah, my Crown came out during last stream, so, they just, I luckily saved it and had them re-cement it back in. Unfortunately, because it popped out once, it's probably going to come out again, and I might need to get the Crown redone. I just hope I don't have to dive into getting an implant. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Taboo Takeoff. Hold a download on the SSD instead of spinners. All I have are SSDs. This tower over here has two 2 terabyte SATA SSDs, one 2 terabyte NVMe SSD, and one 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. So the reason why I did that, actually, just so you understand, wasn't because I was weird and did that. The 2 terabyte NVMe was always the main Linux SSD. The 1 terabyte NVMe used to have Windows on it, and then Windows one day decided to crap itself. Well, no, I upgraded the BIOS on it, and then for some reason, Windows popped up as the boot while I was taking a crap, and then was on long enough to install updates, nuked the bootloader, so I couldn't bring back Linux, and I basically had to redo the entire Linux because I spent like 3 hours trying to get the bootloader working until I realized I'm just going to boot into the flash drive, grab what I need, and then reinstall Linux anyway, because I needed to redo a bunch of stuff. And then the two 2 terabyte SATA SSDs in there were originally how I backed up the system using ZFS Z-RAID 1 before I got my NAS. So when I got my NAS and moved all my backups to my NAS, I broke the Z-RAID 1, and now I had a total of two 2 terabyte SATA SSDs in there. So then I just put them all into extended 4 file systems on my Pop OS. So now I have 7 terabytes of NVMe on this box over here, which are mostly filled with games and edited videos. Yeah. But that was the real reason why I did all that. I probably won't upgrade the NVMe SSDs until I get around to upgrading the motherboard, and at that time will give me the excuse to do that. I don't even see the need to upgrade my NVIDIA 3070 at this time. I'll probably do it, if anything, I'll probably get the 4000 series GPU, or 5000, whatever. I need a low-end 4 or 5000 series GPU for the stream box because I want to do AV1 encoding. The only reason this has a 3050 on it over here, the stream box, is because RTX. And the RTX is already paid off because I use that for the voice processing for when I use my teleprompter so it follows the voice, as well as I was playing with the eye tracking and everything. But, yeah. I would honestly like to see there would be a 4050 or a 5050 GPU just so I can upgrade, because I don't need a high-end GPU for what I'm doing over here. You see anything for height cases? They have one called Thick AF. So, yeah, I've seen the height cases and all that, and personally, I like my fractal design case over here. The airflow on this is amazing. And, I installed Neon in this computer case. Let me see if I can switch over so you can see that. So, everyone thinks there's a custom water loop in this box. There's not. It's Neon. I'm going to show you. Wait, where's the switch? Hold on. Give me a sec. It's been a while. Tucked in here. Got a good tuck treatment in there like a frickin' RuPaul Drag Race. There we go. That was an idea I did because originally I wanted to put cold cathode tubes in here, but I didn't realize they don't make cold cathode tubes anymore. So Neon was my best choice, because this case was a lot larger than I thought it'd be. So I had to, like, fill the space up with something. The only reason why it's not on most of the time is because that thing is freaking bright. Like, I can't, like, focus here. Like, it hurts my eyes after a while. Because I'm, like, that close. They get the Resident Evil virus. But there's a 10,000 volt transformer going out the case in the back of this that I worked with a local glass artist to get this done. Same guy that put my glass appliques on here and everything. And honestly, this case is so great that when I go to upgrade the case or upgrade the computer, I'm gonna clean the case and reuse it. But I'm gonna have to probably get a new power supply, get some new cable mod cables, But currently I have a 5950X in here with Noctua NHD 15 cooler, 64 gigs of RAM, and plenty of storage space as we've discussed. Oh no, an excuse for a field trip to Micro Center. I don't need an excuse for that. I just need to have a good conversation with my wallet about it. Micro Center is the only store credit card that I actually have. I don't have a Macy's card or anything, but I go to Micro Center enough in a year that 5% off instant purchases from your credit card pays for itself. It was funny when I was actually building these two machines. I had to max out the credit card 2 or 3 times, and it was pissing me off because it was like, buy the stuff, max out the credit card, wait for it to post, pay it off, wait for that to get paid off, run back, get more stuff. Yeah. The Delulu is the Salulu. Jessica, I feel like if we ever connected in real life, we'd be really good friends, IRL. You seem to have my humor. Challenge accepted. Well, maybe one day we'll run into some kind of tech event or something like that. You know, I actually found out that there's the largest ham convention for amateur radio is in Xenia, Ohio around May. I'm debating going. That'll be fun. I've really been enjoying amateur radio. But I need to stop picking up expensive hobbies. The cheapest hobby that I have is Portuguese wine. Kara, you're welcome to come to Micro Center with us. Oh. The problem with tech is it's never a cheap hobby. It never is. Is CompTIA a good place to start? It can be. I talk about this in some of my YouTube videos. Now, bear in mind, the only cert that I have is the CISSP. But it can be worthwhile. I know some people there, but I would try to focus on experience overall than pieces of paper. Not to say... Now, let me put the catch-22 there. You have to get through HR. HR doesn't understand a lot of the things that we're doing. Certs help you get through HR. They don't help you get through hiring managers. Does that make sense? And I know it doesn't really... It really sucks that we have to actually justify our value to a non-technical person. Because when I met my manager, I asked him straight up, was I more or less qualified than everyone else on paper? And he's like, no, you were very less qualified than a lot of the other people. But what sold him on me was the interview. And he saw the amount of experience I had. And, you know, he took a chance on me. But here I am 2 years later. And they paid for my CISSP, which is my first cert. Like, I'm going to need more knowledge for interview tests. In most of IT and cybersecurity, there's not interview tests. Now, in coding, software security, things that have to do with code, that there is quantifiable, things, there is like coding tests and things like that. I've never been given a test for a job. It was more an interview where they questioned me on random things based off of my resume, just to get a feel about me and to see if I was BSing them. So that's the honest truth. Coding tests are weird in my opinion. They can be. But it's not really they're trying to see that you can do it, but how you do it and how you come to the solution and how you can, can you jive with their flow? I used to have to spend a spending issue with makeup. The 2016 era got me. But now it's Hub saying I should go with you. I only have 2 programs running. Why would my CPU randomly jump to 100% until I open Task Manager? You could have something running in the background eating your CPU, or, hear me out, it's Windows.
Who shot me, but your pumps didn't finish?
What's up, Bedrock? How's it going? I would rather have someone coachable. Absolutely. I totally would. I agree with you there. There is something to be said with some senior people coming on board because you have to retrain them from bad habits if they've come around from a place with things. Step 1, uninstall Teams. I'm raging stupid. Prometheus don't want to work. Prometheus? You mean the game? Or am I something else? I'm trying to see how long this game's going to take to install, if we can possibly get Oblivion going. Hold on. Downloads. Oh, I'm not limiting the download speed at all. It's only going at 358.3 megabits per second. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get that up. We need to get those numbers up. I'm finally getting a dev machine. Just took almost 5 years of work being like, you don't deploy all the time, so you don't need it. Girl. I have my work laptop and 3 other laptops, and one of those is a Mac. And I don't deploy jack. Well, I have to do the CrowdStrike and tests, and then I have to also help my team do Zscaler tests. Then I also help them do the attack simulations, and then we also have the crap. What is it called? There's it's an acronym. I can't remember it. It escapes me for some reason. But basically, it's going through to check all the inventory and all that stuff to see if there's different vulnerabilities and stuff, too. No, not DRP. I think it's a 4-letter acronym. I could be wrong. Crap. It's one run by Zscaler. Hold on. Now it's going to bug me. ITDR, that's it, ITDR. The Zscaler ITDR. Yeah, I couldn't remember it for some reason. I deal with it on a daily, and I'm responsible for that and the attack simulation stuff. We have some automated stuff, so I have a laptop that basically just is plugged in all the time near my desk doing things, and one of my responsibilities is logging into that thing every 2 weeks to make sure it's alive. Why? Hey, Moshe still has desk space. Let's throw another laptop on his desk. No, I do this to myself, really. I need to stop volunteering. You'd still have change requests, too, with those. Kind of. ITDR versus SIM. We use both. We use the CrowdStrike SIM. We've been pushing more of our data into there. We used to have our own data lake with Vector and stuff like that and using OpenSearch, but that was a pain. CrowdStrike Next Gen SIM is okay, but then we have to feed some of our data through Cribble. So it's interesting to work all of that stuff. It's a process. We've definitely been I can't say too much when it comes to why we're doing both and everything. But yeah, we also did some what I can say is we did some we have some pen testers and stuff like that. And we found some gaps. So we're working to remedy those gaps. Cribble. Let me show you this. Yeah, Cribble. That's how. So Cribble helps translate different data. Good God, this website does not work with dark mode. Okay. I apologize to anyone whose eyes are burning right now. We're all burning! Our eyes are in the depths of hell! It's too white! Yeah, this is the telemetry data management. So we can feed our data in, and then it can actually be ingested into, like, the CrowdStrike SIM and stuff. So, like, yeah, like Wiz and all that other stuff can be fed in to make more sense to it. How is Cribble better than Splunk? So we used to use Splunk. We're not using Cribble for anything else other than to translate the data into a more manageable state for CrowdStrike SIM and Datadog. We're using Datadog for some things too. It's just a matter of how we can normalize and feed data in. I'm not in the side that handles all that. I help the team do that and handle their terraforms and stuff like that. But from what I understand is we can feed the data in so it can be better ingested and understood in a more normalized format. No, you're good, Jessica. I'm not spilling any secrets. A lot of this is just industry standard knowledge. I'm not telling you exactly how we do all these things. I'm just telling you that we use them. But yeah, there's so many different components going into it. Right now, we're in the middle of also an AWS overhaul, which is really interesting. So we're moving away from allowing people to create assets inside of AWS manually and requiring everything to be terraformed. Well, more specifically, we're using OpenTofu with Spacelift, which I actually have in my home lab. Spacelift. I got to set up my AWS cloud lab myself for some things. And I am so happy because I taught myself Terraform and all that the past couple of years, and now we're just bringing that in. And we're getting rid of our Terraform bucket. We had a S3 bucket with DynamoDB for the state files. But as you can understand, if you've actually been in terraforming for a while, you can accidentally overwrite the state files. And not only have I done it, my architect has done it too. So Spacelift is going to fix a lot of that. Now, for anyone that is curious about what I'm talking about, here's what's cool about Spacelift. It's free if you want to tinker with it in your own home lab. And Jessica, if you are, you being an IAM person are going to love this. The free version allows you to do SSO integration with OIDC. Now, granted, 2 users, 1 API key. Now, of course, you get the business and enterprise versions. That's where you can start doing SAML and all that stuff. So, definitely as a bigger company, we're using SAML and everything there. What's up, Ember? Gives less shadow IT if we use things to expose it and everything like that amongst all our accounts to audit and all that. There's platforms out there like, I don't know if you've ever played with a CSPM like Wiz. Wiz is a really great CSPM. OIDCing, I want more than 1 API. Well, this is great for a home lab, is what I'm saying. This is more for, individuals and small teams. But you can also get the starter pack over here. 2 public workers, OID integrations, all this stuff. And you can have unlimited users in the starter pack. Yeah. But this is for a free version for you to tinker with in a home lab. So imagine you tie that into your Jump Cloud, your Microsoft Entra, your Okta Home Lab, your Duo Home Lab, whatever. You can at least use this for your own stuff for free. And you don't have to worry about your Terraform state bucket and everything. And we're learning this at work. Yeah, this is great. I was shown it about a couple of years ago by a former architect that worked with us. That taught me a lot of the coding stuff I got into. But yeah, this is great. I love it. I just got to play with it a little bit more. But it's really, really nice. Like I said, tie that into your Microsoft Office 365 home lab that has Entra for your SAML/OIDC. There you go. Boom. I am. And the thing that I really think is that a lot of companies need to actually stop upcharging for security. There's no reason why I should have to pay more money just to get SAML or OIDC connections. Oh, but you want to do code security as well, I presume. Just acquired my first firewall from a friend. Okay, so code security, this is another one that I use. Now, they don't have SAML or OIDC out the box, but this is one that my pen testing buddy showed me. I use this in my home lab for my projects. It's called snick.io. Sneak.io, snick.io, either way. You can tie... They changed their website. I hate this. You can tie in your stuff so you can actually... look at that. Free. You can play with this in your lab. They also got a team version here. $25 per month per contributing developer. Minimum 5, up to 10. Then you get the enterprise one. But you have a lot of different options here. Snick code, so you can actually have it look at your GitHub repository, your Bitbucket repository, your GitLab repository, and check your code for hard-coded credentials, things like that. So imagine this as a poor man's Veracode. Veracode is pretty nice, but Veracode is also...
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money.
But Snick.io, great to play with. As a person in a home lab, tinkering, all that, free. This is great for you to learn. So between this and Spacelift, you can do pretty well for a nice cloud home lab to tinker and have infrastructure as a code management over here. And then you can have secure code management over here. So it also checks for things like, say, your libraries are a little bit old and there's an exploit there, or even bad coding practices, all that. It at least gets you in the door to understand a lot of these core concepts around there. And like I said, if you're doing identity and access management, there's a couple of solutions out there. You've got Microsoft 365. The reason why I recommend a lot of people go here these days is because you can have your email security and everything in there pretty inexpensively. So you can get like the Microsoft 365 Business Basic, $6 per user per month. Identity access and user management for up to 300 employees with your custom email, 1 terabyte of cloud storage and everything. So you have your Microsoft Entra and all of that stuff. I save the test creds in Excel. Me, wretches. Yeah, I can believe that. And then what you can do, now this is a personal call if you want to do this. While I do like Proton Pass for individual users and everything, and I will always recommend that for the average everyday person with the email aliasing and everything like that, you can, ideally, use Bitwarden in, say, an enterprise where you can SSO this with SAML. Bitwarden does have a package to do that. I don't know if it works. I think you can do it for the self-hosted packages, too. And there you go. $6 per month per user, billed annually for enterprise. So you can do that if you want. Or you can keep it on a separate password. That's more of a, you're going to have to make your own call on how you have everything architected. Do you want to keep everything isolated? All of that. Cool. Quark gave you a free one for home use. Yeah, nice. They, of course, have the personal version, which is, free. They have a $1 a month, with the integrated authenticator and all that stuff. It's really great in that aspect. But, Jessica, you're in identity and access management. So you probably want to know about privilege access management. Not just your typical password manager. So this is not something I would recommend a lot of people for home use. So there's two things I would actually be telling you to look at. This is one cool software we use because we actually don't give anyone admin accounts. Well, we do, but they don't have an admin account with a password they manage. They're automatically rotated with a privileged access manager. And if you haven't heard of this one before, this is really great. Delinea. This seems to work pretty well. Not sponsored, just saying they're really great. I don't know what the pricing is here, but this is definitely enterprise solution. They don't really have a home lab solution that I've seen, but I also haven't looked too deep into it. But from what I've used, it works pretty well. So it can do automatic credential rotation. You can have it tied to your AWS accounts to automatically rotate your keys and all of that stuff. But I will say a weakness of Delinea Privilege Access Manager is they do have a DevOps thing. But when it comes to developer operations, I don't care for Delinea. There's another tool I use. So there's a couple other ones that I use. API Geeks. I haven't heard of that one. But here's another one. I have worked with this company before to make some content, but they make a solid product. And if I recall, they have a free version for home labbing. It's called Doppler. This is a great thing for managing secrets. Free for 3 users, $8 per additional user. Of course, you want your SAML SSO. They have the team plan here, $21 user a month, and they have enterprise. This is secrets management. So you can have your development, your staging, your production, and it works really nicely if you're, managing a lot of coding projects and things like that. You can, of course, use HashiCorp Vault, AWS Secrets Manager, and things like that, but I'm a little bit more partial to Doppler. And they were really great with my feedback as well, because the only thing I complained about them was their documentation was a little bit chaotic. What I meant by that was it was kind of all over the place, and I said, you just need to make a better management for people to find what they need. They took that feedback, and they improved it. So I like it when companies take feedback as constructive criticism and run with it. So that's where I'm going. How does Doppler handle cloud versus on-prem? So this is more for dealing with your AWSs, your Azures. This is more for your cloud environments. Well, let me rephrase that. It uses an SDK that you can call upon in your locally run applications. So as long as it has an internet application, it can pull in the keys. So it can run anywhere on-prem or that. Now, it's not a privileged access manager like Delinea, which Delinea can hook into your Active Directory and your system accounts and your service accounts and all of that and help rotate and manage all those credentials. And Delinea can do a lot of what Doppler does as well. Doppler is more for secrets management than it is for privileged access management. So this would be better to be compared Doppler to AWS, secrets management, HashiCorp Vault, and things like that. Delinea Privileged Access Manager is still a really great solution in and of its right. So now here's another cool thing, Jessica. How do you handle detecting that you have breached passwords and automatically resetting those users' credentials? How do you define PAM versus secrets? PAM is more, that would be your on-prem Active Directory, like your on-prem Active Directory secrets, your service accounts, your administrative accounts, in from what we deal with at work, more of in a Windows context. Secrets management is more API keys. Does that make sense? At least in the context of what I deal with. Again, I'm not an IAM person. So, how do you deal with credential exposure? So this was a cool thing I got to play with. You ever heard of Spy Cloud? So what this actually does is it actually looks at the end of your hash to see if it lines up with hashes that were leaked. And then if it detects it, it can force that user to have their password reset. By checking things that are on the dark web or other breached passwords and everything, so it's gathering all those and checking the hash, just like the end string, I think it's like the last 12 characters or so, to see if it matches. And if it's close enough of a match. Isn't this an offshoot of Pwned? Pwned, have I been pwned? Kind of, but in a more enterprise setting. So yeah, they've got a few different integrations and stuff like that. The cool thing about this platform is, see, trusted by hundreds of global industry leaders. Even Zscaler uses them. But the cool thing about this is it works so well, we forget it even exists. But yeah, it works pretty damn well. So that's, you want a system like that to actually actively look for if you have breached passwords. Because the new standard, as you're probably aware, is you don't need to rotate your password on a regular cadence. You don't need to rotate your password every 30 days, every 90 days, things like that. You should only have to rotate your password when that password has been breached. But how does one know when you need to rotate the password because it's been breached or leaked in another day, password for that? Companies say by having their logo on the site. Who knows? But because the whole NIST is changing their requirements for password rotations. They used to say we recommend you rotate your password every X number of days or weeks or months. Now it's starting to change into you only need to rotate your password when that password has been compromised. But then the question should always be a follow-up, is how does one detect when my password has been breached? So you need to actively be monitoring for those password breaches. Yeah. These are all really cool things. I wish I had the money to play with a lot of them. Let's see what the pricing is for this. Yeah, it scares me every time I look at a product and they're like, yeah, get pricing now. And you don't list the pricing. The vendor offered to include auth protocols in the contract and their most recent pen test. Nice. Yeah, there's some really cool stuff. And the funniest thing is also, speaking of security and everything, because I deal with zero trust network access, I've gotten into so many arguments with friends because I actually like Zscaler. I like it. Most of the issues I find with a lot of people that are bashing on Zscaler are generally because they're going too hot, too hard, too heavy, too fast into Zscaler. You need to take a cautious, measured approach to any zero trust network access solution. I don't care if it's Cisco. I don't care if it's Palo Alto. I don't care if it's Cloudflare. I don't care what you're going with. That's the honest reality. And by the way, Oblivion is now downloaded. I integrated it, but I don't have enough to use to know. So it looks like Oblivion has downloaded. So, If you're an M365 customer, you can use Entra password protection and AD as well. Yeah, but the question then becomes around Entra. I'm not hating on Entra by any means, Seekname, but does one really want to put all their eggs in one basket? I kind of like Okta a little bit better. I'm going to be honest. I kind of like it a little bit better in terms of identity provider and management. That's just me. Yeah, I love Okta. We're talking about finally rolling out YubiKeys at work. Woo! Identity and Access has already been using YubiKeys for like years. And it's funny when like I've been doing the CrowdStrike hardenings at work, and they're like, well, you know, we're talking about YubiKeys, so blocking all these USB devices are going to affect YubiKeys. And I was like, no, they don't. I've been using my YubiKey for ever since I started here. Not for Okta, but because we have a few apps that we use that for some reason you have to use the MFA app. So I have to use the Yubico app to generate my MFA. YubiKeys are rolling here for some cases. Hey, girl. Some YubiKeys? Hold up. Oh, wait, not that one. I got YubiKeys. I got YubiKeys. Okta had the best pitch. Yeah. If the company can afford it, it makes sense to deploy. Yeah, they do really great, especially on the Zero Trust network access side of things. Thoughts on Plex changing pricing here? Thinking of changing over to Jellyfin. Plex has been kind of like going downhill for a while. I don't really use them much. I'm kind of a basic bitch and use a Roku, but yeah. Okta, yeah. It was already a customer. They host whiskey and workflows. Yeah. I keep trying to tell the identity guys to like invite me to some of those things. I think Varonis is having some kind of customer appreciation thing in the next few weeks for that. Datadog got me drunk. That's how I have so many Datadog shirts. They just threw them at me. Let me see. Who else? You don't need to be an IM to go to their pitches. I'm pretty sure I could roll up and be like, yeah, I make cybersecurity content. What you got? No joke. I have shown up to some pitches for like some tech products. And they're like, wait, you're chief. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I just look a lot like him and talk like him and happen to have access to all his social media accounts. I've literally done that response to like cracks up some vendors when I'm like, no, I don't. I just look exactly like him, talk like him, and have access to all his social media accounts. Give them your email at the next conference and they bomb for Sonos sound systems. Imposter! Happen to have always been in the same room as him. Look. I suffer from Jewish schizophrenia. I have 5 different voices with 7 opinions. My org is letting the cyber team buy as many personal YubiKeys as we want. How many should I get? 10. No, but seriously, 3 or 4 is more than enough. Get the 5C series with NFC. Those are the ones I recommend the most. The NFC is great because it works with your phone pretty well. You can get, if you're, don't want NFC, you can get the 5CI, which has Lightning and the USB-C. You can also get the 5C without NFC. These are all right too. Don't get the YubiKey Bio unless you're like purely just doing FIDO WebAuthn. Would you date a woman who uses Windows or Mac? Look, everyone wants to have a fixer-upper in their relationship. What does the NFC play in with phone? Yeah. So I use it for my Android and my iPhone. So I do notice that there's a weird bug with iPhone often, where when I plug into my iPhone, it won't read the TOTP and sometimes the FIDO part of it on my phone, but it works better with NFC. I don't have that problem on Android, though. I don't know what it is, but yeah. 2 for your break glass accounts, yes. And what I would also recommend, if you want personal and business, they do have stickers. So I definitely recommend getting the different stickers so you can identify which YubiKey is which. But remember, whenever you set up one YubiKey, set up all the credentials on another one as a backup. Because if you lose it, you're SOL. Register all with the different FIDO WebAuthn to do the thing. And then also on the TOTP side, grab the seed key, put it in an offline password vault like KeePassXC, or at least in like Proton Pass or Bitwarden. But I personally have KeePassXC in a separate vault for my MFA. And the great thing about that is that if I ever lose my YubiKey and then get another YubiKey and I need to restore the TOTP code, then I can just grab the seed from the KeePassXC vault and then load that on. And if you want some extra security, wrap that KeePassXC vault in a Veracrypt container. You can triple encrypt it if you want with AES2Fish Serpent. So it can be at least decently secure with current systems right now. But remember, TOTP is one seed key, so if anyone gets access to that seed key, they too, when the time is accurate, can generate the same codes. FIDO WebAuthn is more secure because each YubiKey is uniquely signed and registered. So if you lose that YubiKey, you can go into, like, say, your Cloudflare account like I do, and I can remove that old YubiKey. Now, what I would also recommend is with each YubiKey, they each have a serial number on the back of them. Write down that serial number to identify each one. Do something to mark them. Like, so I have these little, this is another great YubiKey, by the way, a lot of people don't pay attention to. These are the nanos. I often keep this in a keyboard, behind locked doors and everything like that. It's just as capable as the 5C, I over here, the 5... They all do the same things. The difference is the physical, the connectivity interface, whether it be NFC, USB-C, USB-A, Lightning, but the idea is all the same. And you can, you see, I have a little, cord here. So, in my notes, when I register these, it's like YubiKey red lanyard. Do something to actually do that. It's much easier than waiting to get a text message. Oh, it's even more secured. SMS MFA is something that needs to be killed with fire. It needs to be chased out of town like Frankenstein's monster. Because it is insecure. SMS MFA is something we shouldn't be using. We should actively be avoiding at whenever cost. At the very least, use TOTP, timed one-time passcodes, with the application, or preferably with a YubiKey, generating it. My YubiKey is a password protecting my TOTP, so if I plug it in, I have to enter the password. You can also add an additional password to the FIDO WebAuthn component. I'm going to eventually remake content on YouTube. I have an old video, which I need to clean up a lot more. It was one of my first videos before I was, really getting decently good at editing. that I talk about password managers that I recommend and everything, it's a pretty good one. Also, do not rely on TOTP web browser extensions. Absolutely not. So what I actually use, I have an app. I have the Ubico Authenticator app. I have it on my phones too. So if I need to generate a, key, I type that. I type my password in. It shows me all my TOTP. Then to generate my TOTP key once I'm in, I set it so I have to physically tap it. I'm not showing you it, obviously, for obvious reasons, but this is how I do it. And this doesn't rely on the internet. It only relies on my clock being accurate. So as long as I am within, 1, 2, or 3 seconds time accuracy, I'm generating the proper seed key. What about Aegis Auth on Android? They're all the same. They're all running on the same standard. The issue isn't so much as what app you're using, but how the app is storing the seed key. And can you recover the seed key in case of an SHTF situation? Like I said, you can back yours up to a KeyPass XC offline vault. That's KeyPass X-Ray Charlie. Kilo Echo Echo Papa Alpha Sierra Sierra X-Ray Charlie. That's the application I use for offline storage of passwords. Open source, really great. It works on Android. I don't know if there's an iPhone equivalent of it. But anyway, that's how I store the seed keys. And then I use my YubiKey to generate them. You can also use KeyPass XC to generate the TOTP if you want, but it's not as convenient. That's the honest truth. The YubiKey is a little bit more convenient because I can keep that on my keychain and keep it offline. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing. And if you want to get a YubiKey, by the way, link in bio. Help support the channel. You know? I got links in bio for all the products I recommend, by the way. So if you ever go to links.chiefgeek3d.com, my work has blocked Proton. Yeah, we have the same issue. Well, Proton Pass isn't blocked. But yeah. A lot of workplaces are blocking password managers as a whole because of the worry of exfiltration of work accounts. But at work, we don't have that concern as much because most of our work accounts are using SAML, Security Assertion Markup Language, or at least OIDC, Open Identification Connect. I think it stands for. You can correct me on that. Using an identity provider. At work, we use Okta. Some people may be using Duo. But yeah. We are Plus, no mouse credentials saved in the browser. Yeah, I don't save browsers in my credentials in my browsers. I'm actually working with IT to eventually have the Chrome Enterprise browser that we have, as well as Edge through GPO, disable the ability to save passwords in the browser. He said, no. And our CrowdStrike can tell if you can do it. And we don't like it. No. But yeah, if you're ever interested in supporting my channel, by the way, I have 2 tabs. The support tab, the product recs tab, all this stuff here. I got to work on the Amazon page with all my recommendations. Helps me out. Whether it's the Fawny, the self-service I recommend, Delete Me, you've got Proton over here, you've got Code Crafters to learn about, tinkering with code. Over in the product section, I've got Meshtastic and LoRa over there. I've got Ham and GMRS devices I recommend. You've got, CTF with Parrot CTFs, the YubiKey 5C NFC that I recommend, Tuda, if you want secure email, Proton, Delete Me, Afani, Trezor, hardware wallets for cryptocurrency. Why do I have that twice? I need to fix that. Or even just, you're interested in investing with public. Y'all don't have to. But if you like what I do, I turn away about 95% of people that want to sponsor me, just, Because I meet with a lot of different vendors, I will be honest, because they want me to promote their products and all that. I turn down about 95% of offers because I start asking questions, and I will never promote anything that I do not honestly believe in. And before I actually, recommend anything, I test it. I don't give the negative reviews anymore as much as I used to because it's not really worth my time to promote anyone that's a bad product. But there's a lot of BS out there. There are so many free password managers. Absolutely. Proton is a free password manager. Bitwarden is a free password manager. KeePassXC is a free password manager, and I recommend them all. Sponsors who won't let you be honest pass. Exactly. If they give me a script they want me to read, I tell them to pound sand. I'm never going to go on their script. My rules are very simple. You let me get the product. You let me test the product. You let me be honest about the product. And our negotiation about pricing and everything can come after that. And then if they are a bit more of an open source project, I will gladly, hear them out. And often I've promoted open source projects and said, don't pay me a thing. Let me just do you a solid and share it. Like I've talked about, CrowdSec. The cool alpacas out here, like failed to ban on steroids. Open source. Met these guys at DEF CON. I haven't taken a dime from them. I will recommend them all day long. Or Mastodon. They never actually talked to me, but I gladly endorse them. Open source. And I will be talking about PCBWay in the near future because they were awesome and hooked me up with this PCB backplate here. I gotta actually install the Wi-Fi antennas in this laptop and eventually get to making some content on them. Fortinet or CrowdStrike? Those are two different things. Fortinet mostly just does network appliances, if I recall, and CrowdStrike is more about device level. So, Fortinet's also getting yanked out by a lot of devices I've been learning from the Department of Defense and everything, even before Trump was in office. So, there were some issues there. Somebody in the Discord server was actually talking about it. Yeah, they have some issues going on. For my home lab, I use pfSense. I like pfSense. But, I know Kernel Dump likes Fortinet. There's a few solutions out there. But a lot of businesses tend to go with, like, Palo Alto, Juniper, Aruba. Does Aruba make firewalls? I think so. I don't think we use them, though. I think we're on Palo Alto. But there's also, like, Cisco Meraki's, all that stuff. If they can add the articles to the channel and disk, I'd appreciate it. Switch and APs. Okay. Too tired to Google it right now. I believe it. All right. I need to take a break because nature is screaming at me. And I'm about to make it flow. So we'll be back in 1 second here. There's about to be an ad running on Twitch anyway, so may as well take a break right now. And then we're going to keep the tech vibes going on, but we just downloaded the new Elder Scrolls Remastered, and we're going to see if we can make this boy work on Linux. So, be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. See you in a sec. All right, I'm back. All right, let's see. We got Proton Glorious Egg Rolled 9-26. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to do something. Gotta get the audio piped over. I just forget to do that. You don't have to do this. I do this because, you know, I have special creator sound, so I have to make sure the audio goes to my headset and to the capture card. So let's do a quick test. Left. Right. Okay, that's good. Cool. All right, so that's working. Chat, I'm a bad influence, right? While he's gone. Fudge. Try running without the D3, Hold on. Without the DX12 or D3D12 command. Hold on. Someone's got to have figured this out. Oh, I wonder if it's because I should probably unload that. And then let's check out, was it, Proton DB? As soon as I texted that, you came back. Proton DB. Elder Scrolls. Not Game of the Year. Elder Scrolls 4 Remastered. Linux. Day 0 Linux support performance seems good. Hold on. Out now and Steam Deck verified. Steam Deck verified? Hold on. The next T is sending me. Glad you noticed it. Hold on. Let's see if this works without Proton GE. Is it Proton GE causing issues? Hey, it was Proton GE causing issues. Okay, it worked just out the box. Don't use Proton GE. Maybe it's 9-27. So, it looks like you got Day 0 Linux support on Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. So we're doing our shader preloading. Thank you for the follow, Calculator. So yeah, we'll probably be playing this game for a while, at least until Doom comes out. Especially because I bought Doom at the same time. I didn't want to spend the extra $30 to get Doom 2 days early. That just felt like a rip to me. So, we'll see how well this does on an NVIDIA 3070 and 5950X. I can hear my computer churning. Now remember, I'm only playing at 1080p. I think one of my future upgrades I'll do probably in a year or two, if I ever do upgrade the system, is I might go to 1440p or 2K monitors. I don't really see me jumping to 4K. I used to game when 640 by 480 was a high-end system. Hell, I remember running Voodoo 2 in SLI. I'm not even 40 before y'all are like, wow, you're old. I'm not even in my mid-30s yet. But I remember Voodoo 2 and SLI. My dad built a rig for me. Just to get 1024 by 768 graphics. I can smell my dogs tooting from across the room. That's gas is against the Geneva Convention. Jessica, I'm Middle Eastern. My Moroccan farts could outdo Saddam Hussein's mustard gas. Although dog farts are something brutal. They are. Okay, so we are 2/3 shaders preloaded. Hot take. I think Oblivion was a better game than Skyrim. I really do. I really do. Yes, Skyrim had a newer engine and newer mechanics and everything, but I think Oblivion had the better story. Now, Morrowind by far, I think is the best Elder Scrolls game. It was the first 3D Elder Scrolls game, but I think it had the most in-depth story, and I would love to see Morrowind redone, remastered. I would love to see it. Man, I remember playing that on the original Xbox. Man, I remember that was one of the games that got me back into original PC gaming when I was on the Xbox so hard. Not his fault. Poor dude got attacked by another untrained dog last week. Yeah, it works. All right, let's turn off the music. Oh, this is already looking nice. Hey, Barack. What's up, dickhead? What's up, Robert? What's up, Robert? You want to get some horse armor on you, buddy? They just released this no hype. I know, after they redo the entire, like, they've re-released Skyrim so many times. End user license. Yeah. Signed away for my firstborn. Let me play the game! Hey, that popper. Hey, that good boy. Hey, that good boy. Start a new game? Of course I want to start a new game. Have I had an old game? No, I haven't.
I was born ages
Ooh.
For 65 years, I've
This already looks better than Skyrim.
But for all these years,
That's Uriel Septim, if I remember.
of my own dreams, I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land.
Oh, the Daedra. This looks sweet. Look, the Dremora are coming through. This game already looked sweet before, like, the original Oblivion. I mean,
Seventh of last seed.
this looks so much better than I remember it.
These are the closing days of the third era,
And this is on a 3070.
hours of my life.
Dun, 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 dun. I played this game so much, the song is basically baked into my head. As much as the OG Kush was when I was in college. This looks so amazing. Wow. I don't remember the opening scene starting like this. They, like, I think really revved it up. Like, I remember these little scenes here. Okay, Bethesda, you've already impressed me. Now, give me Morrowind! But for now, we're good. Okay. Gotta do a Nord. Wait, Western versus Eastern? You lived in the west of Skyrim, a rugged environment filled with rough terrain and dangerous beasts. Interesting. I feel like you have a lot more options in here. Make them old and decrepit. Wait, they just call it Type 1 and Type 2? Like diabetes. Diabetes. Oh, they really went all out with this. Let's at least have me pretend that I have hair for once, okay? This is my fantasy! I have hair in my fantasy! Wait, hold on. Yeah, we'll go with that hairstyle. Yeah, it's okay. Mustache man, a mustache man, because every... Okay. Now, how do we go? We gotta go to the overview. Okay. Wow, look at that. Wow. It's actually performing pretty damn well. So hold on. Okay, the monitors go in there. Uncapped frame rate. We're only on medium? Wow, look at that.
You're a big one. A Nord.
So my 3070 is doing pretty well.
But you can't bend steel.
It's like a derivative of Pirates of the Caribbean. Jessica, Pirates of the Caribbean, I think, came after this, if I'm not mistaken.
Muscles? They're going to waste away. When the end comes, you won't even have the strength to cry for your mother.
They redesigned the whole HUD.
You hear me?
Yeah, this is on a 3070 with the 5950X.
Hey, you hear that? The guard
On Linux.
for you.
Okay, just for kicks and giggles. Hold on. Yeah, that's custom. Everything's on Ultra. You can do hardware ray tracing, but that always never does well on this. DLSS mode, balanced. I'll give a little bit more quality. So it is the game engine of the original Oblivion, but with an Unreal Engine overlay. Interesting. But they redesigned, like, so much of this. Like, there's physics with the chains. I don't think... Was there physics with the chains? Yeah, I think there was. But this just feels like it's a little bit better.
Never mind. Get that gate open. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
You, prisoner, stand aside. Over by the window. Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt. No sign of pursuit, sir. Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
You. I've seen you.
Wow, this looks so amazing.
You are the one from my dreams. Then the
Now that's a pickup line right there.
This is the day. Gods give me strength.
And standing there, she never took her eyes off me.
Assassins attacked my sons.
Lots of 4chan going down and most accounts being from a specific country. I was going to talk about the 4chan being compromised and all that. I've recorded all the video, but I didn't look into the country origin thing.
Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what
All that Unreal, most of the design, what I'm impressed with is the amount of bug fixes. So, here's the one thing that we're going to have to see is what are the mods going to be like for this game?
By the grace of the gods, I serve.
Because I doubt any of the original mods are going to work with this game.
And you too shall serve her in your own way.
That alert got you? Yeah, well.
Be a true player, you have to know how to play.
So do we all. But what path can be avoided whose end is fixed by the almighty gods?
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
This looks better than Skyrim does.
Better not
Just have to fix the graphics of the mods.
on the other side.
Well, the question is, will
Looks like this is your lucky day. Just stay out of our way.
oh, the cool Q is auto run. So F5 is quick save. That's always been a go-to.
Stand aside, prisoner.
This doesn't concern you, prisoner.
Hey, the king wants me. F you.
Close up left. Protect the Emperor.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Protect yourself.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Are you all right, sire? We're clear for now.
Captain Reno?
She's dead. Sorry, sire.
Take your potions.
They'll be waiting for us here.
Don't know, but it's too late to go back now. Don't worry, sire. We will get you back.
What's the button to sheath my weapon? Okay, Q is auto move. E is interact. Oh yeah, I got blocking here, unlike Morrowind, and it's by chance. Sheath is F. Okay.
They won't be the first to underestimate the blades. I'll take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner.
T for Trojan. Trojan man! No, I get those at the gas station. With your mom. Oh yeah, I can block. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. 6 gold, I'm rich! Oh yeah, you get power attacks. Okay, so they changed a few things, I think, about this. Got a lockpick. Got some arrows. Ooh. Okay, so this is kind of like, I like this lockpicking system better than what they did in, like, Skyrim, because that's, like, more like how actual locks are. Keep hitting tab. Okay, so let's get a leather shield up. Let's put some basic armor on. Can I put a robe? No, I can't do that on top of it. Not allowed to be a bougie bitch with a robe on top. Ooh, more lockpicks. Ooh, a club. Ooh, torch. Well, good for her trying something new. I always said she needed to try new experiences. A goblin shaman. Oh, we got an iron key. You open the door with iron key. I could have picked that. Let me get my lockpick skill up. Like I did in real life. Well, I don't have, a bow, but I have arrows. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Come on, you diseased rodent, you. I should eat your meat. As I was saying... Okay, so I'm definitely more of a in-your-face kind of dude. So the one thing that I do have to say that I liked a lot better about Morrowind was you had not just greaves and boots, but you also had your pauldrons. It was a little bit more customizable with the armor you had. And a little bit more in depth. All we wanna do is eat your brains. We're at an impasse here. Didn't know I was gonna eat your eye. Oh, every time I see zombies, I think of Jonathan Colton's zombie song. Them's be New York sewer rats on roids. Get me them New York Gators. Hold up. Can I favorite... Oh, that's what we're talking about. Oh, we gotta repair this in a little bit, I guess. Well, no, we got some time. Why is it that this weighs so much more than a short sword? Okay. It hits! He shoots! He scores!
Grab your blocks when you see Tupac.
Give me my arrow back. In GTA, you get your money back from the hoe. In this game, you get your arrow back when show. That was really bad, I know. Hey, you just got shot in the ass.
First off, fuck your bitch in the click you claim.
Hey. Sneak attack. Sneaky, sneaky. Damn it. Did I lose my arrow? Damn it. I am too broke to lose an arrow. Ooh. Armor. Piece of candy. Warhammer. Yeah, I'm really loving the graphics and everything with this game so far. This is, I think, the revival this game needed for a while. I need to get the pup meds and go to bed. There's a floor and pointing and everything. That's a gator. See that bunny. See you later, Jessica. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later, girl. Alright, so where do we need to run to now? I feel like they even redid the sounds. Oh, did that just ricochet? Let's get drunk, bitches. We gonna get crunk in here. Alright, let's see. Where are we moving off to now? Yeah, I'm really surprised at the performance of this game. Sneak attack. What you got for me? Potions? I'll take them. Hey, more lockpicks and gold. I'll take it. You can shortcut items and spells. Yeah, I kind of already figured that out. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Mushrooms are everywhere. Also equip that to that shortcut easily. Alright, next part. The levels load quite nicely too, but then again, there wasn't all that much data, I guess. Oh, I was like, okay, there's a folded cloth in there, nothing in the barrel. Okay, let's quick save this. God damn it. Okay, come on. We see a goblin. Can they smell me? Probably. But I just showered. Okay, where are we at? Ooh, my sneak is going up nicely. It's also because I'm not so sneaky. Ooh, there's a mortar and pestle over here. I can make some potions. That's right. This is my cave. All right, so now we've got a novice mortar and pestle. Yeah, they even updated, I think, the little tutorial and everything here. Okay, so damage fatigue, damage fatigue, damage health, damage health. We can make potions. Nope, nope, nope. Let's clear all that. Oh. Okay, so we got nothing with positive. We can make some poisons. We got damage fatigue, damage health. Okay, so that damages health. So we can make that. All right, so... And then we can... Nice. That's about all we can make. You open a chest to find more lockpicks. Come and get me, you bitch. Told you, this is my cave. Oh, and your health heals. I forgot it does that. When you're not in combat. Oh yeah, the traps. We are playing Elder Scrolls 4, the remastered edition that just came out. Okay, where are we going? There's got to be another dude around here. We just started playing, too. Okay, where, oh, where? Little bonfire over there. Ooh, an apple. Apple a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah, we'll take all your arrows and your lockpick and leave that behind. Yeah, the lockpicking is a lot better in this game. I know it's going to get harder, but... Get my inventory over there. We need to get this favorited. Wait, we'll put that there. And then we'll put that there. And we'll put that there. Store health. We don't have enough. Gotta get some more ingredients to make some better potions. Basic ass knife. There's an iron mace. Wait, do I have... What shield do I have? A rough leather shield versus a regular leather shield. Okay, we still got plenty of space to carry. Rough leather shield. It's got the same amount of points, basically. We'll drop that. What sees me? Aha! Ha ha! Get my damn arrow back. Still too broke for that. Alright, where is the thing seeing me from? We got tons and tons of rat meat now. Ah! Fucking shaman! Ooh, at least you got a ruby. And a soul gem! I'm gonna take your staff, though. Target practice. Goddamn rat meat everywhere. Oh, we got a repair hammer. Do I need it? Yeah, we're good for a bit. Ooh, another chest. Ooh. That silver vase feels junky. Oh yeah, we got athletics in this game too. Let me see something. Let's see, my character still at level 1. Minor skills. Wait, don't I have major skills or... I'm a little confused. Oh, I haven't picked my birth sign in class yet. That's why. But duplicate cheat. What do you mean duplicate cheat? Door to Imperial something. I didn't read it.
Show me what you've got.
For the Emperor!
You'll never take me down. Sire, we have to go now.
Not yet.
Damn it! It's that
Let
prisoner
me
again.
rest a moment
Kill him.
longer.
He might be working with the assassins.
Hey,
No, he is not one of them. He
that's
can
right.
help us. He must help us.
Kick your ass, though.
As you wish, sire.
Those bodies definitely contort in weird ways. The first one I have a duplicate sheet, 2 of the same scroll, then click on it twice, then drop
cannot
what?
Understand why I try. How can I explain? Listen. You
The
know
graphics on this are so amazing.
made our fates with an invisible hand.
The 9 guide and protect us. I'm not on
I
good
serve
terms with the
them in
gods.
all my days, and I chart my course by the cycles of
And you're running through sewers right now. How they serving you now?
each afire, and every one.
This
a
online? Proton, but yeah.
well, and I wonder which sign marked your birth.
The warrior? Increases endurance by, fortify magicka. The shadow. Grants invisibility for 60 seconds. The tower. Yeah, the cool thing about the tower is that you can only use a skill, but after a while, it kind of is, Ritual. The Lord. The Lady. The Serpent. Yeah, we'll be the warrior, I think.
The signs I read show the end of my path. My death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Your stars are not mine.
It might be your Wi-Fi, because I'm not showing any dropped packets.
Companion when fortune.
I haven't dropped a single frame, apparently, all stream.
No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well.
Well, my
and
girl,
my
shall
bones shall rest easy.
Yeah.
Men are but
Hoity-toity, aren't you?
Ass.
I can save money down there, I can eat, get money in the deep time, even got it when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch, I do this for the streets. ADHD. Thank you, Calippi, for that sub. 2 months in a row. You definitely are the bomb.
My dreams grant me no opinions of success.
So yeah, we'll probably be playing Elder Scrolls 4 for like, the next couple of weeks, at least until Doom comes around, because there's definitely plenty of content in this game.
Glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope,
Akadosh.
and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
What are we going to do today, George? What are we going to do today?
Sound shriller than all the music calls me. You shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
He gonna die.
Don't get in our way.
Well, fuck
May
you.
as well make yourself useful. Here, carry this torch. We're the Emperor's bodyguards. Our job is to get. Although I admit, things are not. My job is to make sure the Emperor. Stick close and let us do our job, and you'll be all right.
Make me carry a freaking torch. I ain't no torch bearer. Stab you in the ass.
I fought mud crabs more fierce than
God's
you.
blood.
Oblivion take you.
For the blades! The Emperor's in danger!
Oh yeah, they summon their armor. Cheap bastards.
Watch your back, boys.
Protect the Emperor!
My sword for the dragon!
Protect the Emperor!
They only got these weak potions. Y'all can't even get a gold coin on ya? What kind of assassins are you? Broke-ass assassins, that's what you are. See you later, Kara. Have a good night. I'll probably be dropping after I finish at least the tutorial.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look.
I don't like it either. But here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
We're almost through to the sewers.
The gate is barred from the other side.
Damn it! The gate is barred from the other side. A trap! Worth a try. Let's go.
But we know it's a trap, because they're going to be coming after us. Where's your shield, dude?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire. For the Emperor! Take them down! This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. For the blades and the Emperor! Yeah! I fought mud crabs no fiercer than you. Oblivion, take you!
At least you got an arrow, and it didn't end up in your knee.
Yep. I'm just warming up. You do your worst. Do your worst. Am I supposed to be impressed? Die! This is the part where you fall down and bleed. Mud crabs more fearsome than you. Let's get this over with. Die, damn you! Yeah, that's the best you can do.
God damn it.
Do your best.
What broke? Oh, the boots. Yeah, that tracks. Renault's Akaviri Katana. Oh shit. I am officially... Damn it! I died!
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look. Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers.
Please don't tell me I gotta drop the difficulty just to get past this part. Wait, do they keep spawning because I'm near the Emperor?
The gate is barred from the other side. A trap!
What about that side passage back there?
Because, like, they kept coming and spawning. So there had to be something to this.
It's a dead
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to wait here with the Emperor.
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life. Take them down. For
Watch your
the
back, boys.
Emperor! Glenroy, over here. You thought we'd go down easy?
I can go no further.
Yep,
You
that's
alone
what was
stand
happening.
Against the Prince of... Take the amulet. Give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son. Find him and close
Those shut the jaws of oblivion. Yep.
Stranger, you chose a bad day to take out the coals, the septums.
Take them down. No. Talos saved me.
Yeah, that's what happened, was I had to be near him.
We failed. I failed. The Blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his heirs are dead. The amulet. Where's the amulet of kings? It was... Strange. He saw something in you. Trusted you. They say it's the dragon...
Look, I don't know, man. I'm gonna take this amulet to the pawn shop, and we gonna just drink it and get the whole bar drunk, okay? And then I'm gonna get some hookers, okay? I don't know what he saw in me, okay?
The Red Dragon crown, but
I just work here, man.
jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you for a reason. Did he say why? Joffrey? He said that? Why?
Because he's an old man.
Nothing I ever heard about. But Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master. Although you may not think so to meet him, he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral. First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance to the sewers, past the locked gate. It's a secret way out of the Imperial City. Here, you'll need this key for the... There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen...
Okay, so... Okay, now we get to pick our major and minor skills. So... Let's do a custom class. Definitely in combat. Definitely strength. Definitely endurance. Now in skills, armor, armor, heavy armor. We are going to be good in blades. Major skills get okay. Mercantile skill. Let's get marksman up there. That's always a good skill to have. We got 3 more slots. Block. Athletics. What do I want as my last skill? Security? Or alchemy? Oblivion gameplay on G4 TV in the early 2000s. Damn, I remember it too. What do we want to do? Security could be handy. Alchemy could be also handy. Security? I don't know, chat. Security or alchemy? What are we thinking? Those are the 2 choices I'm thinking. I just can't choose between the 2 of them. I'm thinking security. Make myself a brutal bitch.
Really? I would never have guessed. Still, I don't
I'm a
think you'll
brutal
have any
bitch, bitch.
trouble with rats and goblins. You must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chance. Good. I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body and make sure no one follows. By the way, thanks for...
You just take my sword, B? You suck.
Leave the Emperor in peace.
But he's got gold. All right. Open the door with Boris's key. Exit to the sewers. You nasty. Sneaky, sneaky. Very sneaky, sneaky. What can see me? Is there a fish in here or something? Sneak attack. Okay. There's definitely something up there. The gate is sealed. Okay, what's this way? Nope, that's the way we came. Alright. Walk around sneakily. Very sneaky, sneaky. So in Morrowind, arrows actually weighed something. In Oblivion, they don't. The arrows also seem to last longer in this game. Like I said, Morrowind, definitely overall favorite game in terms of the story, the depth that went in. And they need to remake that. Knew it. There was a rat behind the door. Okay, we're almost out. You're a rat. Gate sealed. All right. And we have finished the tutorial of the new Elder Scrolls game. Well, revision of the Elder Scrolls game. Oh, wow. Okay, now that we're outside, I can definitely see that, I need to lower my graphics just a tad. Okay, yeah, that's much better. Okay, we finished the tutorial. Wow, this game looks so much better than I remember it. This looks a lot better than the Skyrim did, to be honest. And it even tells you how many steps away you are from something. Okay, let's use the auto run command. Imperial City Market District. Let's see if we can at least get to where I can level up or something. I think I'm at the point where I can level up.
What is it, citizen? Sir? What are you looking for? Merchants in the market. King and... There's also the... What are you looking for? There are no guild halls in the city, but... Bo Thiel from the Arcane University is looking for someone to chase the bandit. Carry on.
Alright.
Who will help an old beggar?
The first edition bookstore, the copious coin purse. Okay, so I guess we're going to Joffrey. The fly amanita.
Hi, the Black Horse Courier. But here, have a
One Night Mother rituals.
You too.
Imperial City. Guild is known as the Dark Brotherhood, according to... is an affront to the decent, peace-loving... I forget what the Night Mother ritual entails in this game. I think we just gotta kill someone.
Astinia... I'm fed... Be seeing you.
Greetings to you.
All citizens are welcome in the Imperial Palace. At least...
Okay, so quests. Oh, we can fast travel. I forgot about that. But I thought we have to fast travel after we see a, a repair hammer. Don't mind if I do. Shrooms, man. Shrooms. Alright, let's see. We need iron mortar and pestle. See, it looks like we have other slots, so can we have an alembic and all that other stuff just like the others? Okay. Now we're in business. Damage health, restore magicka. Okay.
I'm the shepherd here. If he's not sleeping, good day.
All right, come on.
I'm Brother Joffrey. This cannot be. No one but the Emperor is by the Nine. This
is the Amulet of Kings.
Who are you? How do you... As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you. Only the strange... His meaning is unclear to me as well. The Prince of Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon, is one of the Lords of Oblivion. But the mortal world is protected from the Daedra of Oblivion by magical...
Man, I forgot a lot about this story.
I'm not sure. Only the emperors truly understand the meaning behind the rituals of coronation. The Amulet of Kings is ancient. Saint Alicia herself received it from the gods.
That place holds no valuable and no aura.
When an emperor is crowned, he uses the amulet to light the dragon fires at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the emperor dead and no new heir crowned, the dragon fires in the temple will be dark for the first time in centuries. It may be that the dragon fires protected us from a threat that only the emperor was aware of. I am one of the few who know of his existence. Many years ago, I served as captain of Uriel's bodyguards,
the Blades.
One night, Uriel called me into his private chamber.
In Morrowind, we get to be a blade.
Sleeping in a basket. Uriel told me to deliver him somewhere safe. He never told me anything else about the baby, but I knew it was his son. From time to time, he would ask about the child's progress. Now, it seems that this illegitimate son is the heir to the Septim throne, if he yet lives.
Oh, of course, we gotta go find a bastard son.
His name is Martin. He serves Akatosh in the chapel in the city of Kvatch, south of here. You must go to Kvatch and find him at once. If the enemy is aware of his existence, as seems likely, he is in terror.
This is Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion.
Let me know if there's anything
this is the new remastered edition with the Unreal Edition engine, Unreal Engine.
Yes, Boris told you right. I am the Grand Master of the... You wonder to find me here? Waste no time. You must find Martin before the enemy does.
Can I sleep in your own bed? Do I at least get to level up? No, I do not.
How are you? Welcome to Wayne. I'm Prime. You too.
Alright, come on. Where do we go? The smith and crucible can murder weapons and armor from madness ore. Madness ore, you say? Wait, can you mine in this game? And we're running. Fort Carmala. What's this over here? Bad doggy. I'm still just a lowly... Yo, should I go to university for cybersecurity, or is that a waste of time? I think experience might be more important, but, I didn't go to college for cybersecurity. If that's what you're getting at. Ew. Well... Leroy Jenkins! We're gonna go in and probably die. Okay. Enemies are nearby. Okay, so that's slightly better.
Your presence here will not be tolerated.
Get away from me. You see, I don't want to become a vampire. At least not yet. Ew, we got gauntlets. Let's see. Where, oh, where? Nope. Okay, little weak-ass vampire beesnatch. Okay, so probably need... Find a repair hammer. Okay, we've repaired all of our sheaves. Okay. Definitely not. Wait.
What's that?
Come on. Vampire dust. Call me filthy? I bathed!
That the best you can do?
Ha ha! Is that bow better than what I got? Just a tad better. Wait, no. There we go. No! How's the steel short sword a little bit more? Oh well. What's over here? Nope, nothing. Okay, there's a door over there. God damn it, didn't even see them.
Come to me, sweet flesh. Yeah. Am I supposed to be impressed? Oh.
Yeah, you should be, because I'm about to kill you. God damn, it's dark in here. Alright, I made a full circle. Anything in here? Nope. Kind of surprised I didn't contract vampirism. Alright, let's see. Where are we going now?
That the best you can do? Oh. Am I supposed to be impressed?
Well, I ain't impressed by your shooting, because, you know, that was just bad, Tex. Ooh, a silver arrow. All busted out of your coffins, I see. Take them soul gems. Do a quick save. Was that it? I heard someone else.
Where are you?
There we go.
Guess it was nothing. Must have been the wind. Huh. Who's there? Well, well. Look who we've got here.
Okay. Okay, cool. Another amulet, some more gold. Some more gold. And you just a broke bitch. Brief history of the Empire. I should go through reading some of these books, though. I think that's pretty much everything that could be... God damn it. Forgot about that. All right, that cleared out that. The journeyman of a blunt's power attacks grant them a temporary shield. St. John's Wort. Hack dirt. You're that close to vampires. Yeah, this game is gonna have to probably get its graphics lowered just a tad more.
Let me give you some advice, stranger. Leave. Now. We scrape by. Make it quick.
Oh, aren't you just a lovely fellow?
You probably cheated me, didn't you? You probably cheated me, didn't you? You probably cheated me, didn't you? Probably cheated me, didn't you? You probably cheated me. You probably cheated me, didn't you? You probably cheated. If you're done shopping, you'd best be moving. We scrape by. Not that we've ever had naught but trouble from outsiders like you. I'm done talking to you.
Isn't she just a lovely fella? Games like this make me want to get a better graphics card. Okay, we're about 1,400 steps away. Yes, you could fast travel, but then you get to miss all the nice landmarks and dungeons and all that. Looks like lavender. La Yamanita. Okay, so now... Oh, we gotta sell the gems. That's right. And we still got a wolf pelt. A novice Morton pestle. Do you have any restore health? Okay, so damage, fatigue. Okay, damage, health. What's this? Weatherleash. Place has pretty much already been ransacked. People died here. People die at the fair. Yeah, somebody died here. Wonder what happened here. Okay. Let's move on to the next area. Oblivion on Linux? Yeah, the new remastered version they just did. Alright, so I just got it myself. It's gonna be awesome. I think it's pretty nice now. Although it's definitely giving my 3070 a little run for its money. I gotta work on my angling. I got it on Game Pass like a peasant. I got it on Steam. 'Cause Linux. So, the Shrine of the Sanguine.
Have you come to revel in the glory that is the shrine? It is a place of celebration for us. Approach then, and bring Sanguine a gift. I'll be here.
Now, I need to be more powerful. Well, screw you then. Let your impulsive thoughts win. I have ADHD. They always win. Yeah, we're gonna have to drop the graphics just a tad. Even on medium, it looks fantastic, though. Yeah, we're cooking with fire now. At least run to the next spot. Could I fast travel? Absolutely. But where's the fun in that? Oh, that's nice. They slow you down on steep hills. Why not Windows? Windows sucks. It's bloated, it's slow. What does that do? The Aelid Well. What do you think of the combat mechanics of the remastered? Oh, it gave me a buff? Oh, yeah. I see. It's interesting, but I haven't gotten too deep into it. I still think we need to make a remastered Morrowind. Wow. I don't think I recall this kind of a view in the original Oblivion. Pretty. Bad bros, I don't understand the Linux thing. Windows isn't bad. You mean a operating system that literally requires gigabytes of telemetry and it actually sucks up your hardware and then updates actually make it get slower, whereas updates on Linux actually make it faster? How you can't use the same hardware? Windows 11 has so many stupid requirements that you can't actually, use a lot of your old hardware. The whole TPM thing, they had to require it. The encryption issues, the security issues. Well, the encryption issues are more so that BitLocker is just subpar. There's a lot of things. Windows is horrible. And the only reason some people still use Windows for gaming at this point is because of kernel level anti-cheat, which is just a horrible idea that shouldn't be embraced, period. Windows, Mac, or Linux. Yo, I came in peace, and now you dead. If you don't understand the Linux thing, then seriously, do a little bit of homework. You'll be surprised at how bad Windows is. For your privacy, for your performance. Windows hasn't really been great since XP. 7 was okay. But then you have all the requirements for how they spy on you and everything. I think once you understand the resources you need to run a clean OS, you can appreciate Linux. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think browsers know more than Windows ever would. When you install Windows, do you understand that it actually creates a unique ID just so that you can get ads served to you? Did you know that Windows actually allows ads to be run in the File Explorer, and it is collecting data on you at the OS level, not just in the browser? Actually, I grabbed one too many bows. I don't need that. Yay! We hit another level. Seems like some intuitive engineering that's hard to pull off, and they aren't going to ruin the game. Oh, god damn it! Did it just crash? Yeah, they have some bugs they need to work out in this game. Let me at least see where I got to. Oh, Game of the Year edition was 2009. This game is old. New to computer science, Red, but I'm learning how clean Linux is. I like using terminal in any OS. Yeah. At least we didn't lose that much progress. But I did lose the sanguine thing. Murder. Out in the street, they call it murder. They come to Jamrock. Okay, so let's at least make it to the Shrine of the Sanguine. Dead doggy! That ain't a wild puppy. That's a wild dick. And this, my friends, is why we regularly do the quick save. I need a more powerful champion. Let's at least hit some of the bandit camps. How's the game running so far? I saw your stream reviews. Some people are having trouble even on high-end systems. I had to drop the graphics down to medium, but it was doing pretty well on others. I'm running a 3070 and 5950X. And it did just crash right when I hit level 2. So now I'm trying to regain my, points. I want to at least get level 2 before I call it quits tonight. But yeah, I'm liking the overhauls they did with this. Crit random ass crystal ball. Trying to decide whether to buy it a little. I have an internship interview coming up. Any advice for C#.net? I don't really do coding, so unfortunately I don't really have much in the way to offer you. I do cybersecurity engineering, a little bit different. There we go. Let's go to Valley View Camp. Nice sack you got there. Let's do a quick save, because last time it crashed right when we did the level up. And I don't know if it was the level up or the... No, it was just a random thing. Nice. Choose 3 attributes to increase. Nice. That's good, bro. I think Facebook and Google spy harder than Windows. Is Mac valid? No, Mac's not valid as a former user. And Facebook and Google may... Well, you have to understand. Go look at your Microsoft Windows and seize the fact that it actually generates a unique ad ID on you. It actually can target ads at the operating system level. And, it's not an argument of what spies harder. It's the fact that it's spying at all. Privacy should be the default, not an option. All right. So, yeah, we're definitely going to be coming back and playing this for at least quite a few streams, especially until Doom comes out. But yeah, Doom will be out, what, May 13th or so, around there? May whatever. I will be playing that when it comes out, because I already bought it, along with Oblivion. But thank you all for joining me. If you haven't already, make sure to follow me on all of my socials. Just had a YouTube video release this evening. I'll have another one out probably tomorrow or the day after. And then also follow me on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and of course, join the Discord and the Mastodon server if you haven't already. I love y'all. Happy hacking, and I will see you next stream Thursday around 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch. But I will see y'all next time. Stay safe and happy hacking. Where's the button? There's